Greetings and salutations, and welcome back to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master, Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie, Happy New Year Bellekom, Sam, Feliz Navidad Burns, and Ellie, I want a hippopotamus for Christmas, Sparrow.
It's the best Christmas song. Excellent. It's so good. The little girl has no idea what she's letting herself in for if she wants a hippopotamus for Christmas. Have none of you ever heard that Christmas song?
I have not.
No, but I want to.
I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. That one.
Yeah,
It's amazing. Everyone who's listening, go Google it. The little girl wants a hippopotamus for Christmas, and it's going to eat her alive, and it makes it the best song.
Brilliant.
Want a hippopotamus to play with and enjoy. It's that one.
Welcome back, everyone. We've, if you're hearing this, well, it's definitely 2022 by now. Though not for us. We're recording this just before the New Year. And hey, welcome back. Took a little bit of hiatus time for sanity.
We like sanity.
Yes.
It's very important.
All things being equal, we're going to be heading back into the world of Calcinea, where we last picked off. Picked up where we last left up. We're going to
left up where we last picked off.
We're going to left up where we last picked off.
Yeah.
Future us, please save me from this debacle of conversation with whatever messages we have from the present. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/flintlocks-and-fireballs, link in the description. We are an affiliate of dnddice.com, makers of beautiful specialty dice since 2010. Whether you need dice because you're masquerading as a vampire, calling Cthulhu, or are some sort of Pathfinder gathering the magic munchkins, you can click through our affiliate link in the description and grab yourself or a friend some particularly sexy dice or a particularly sexy leather dice bag. We are also an affiliate of Zavi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason. Okay. Let's... I think... Unless we've got anything else we want to add, we should probably jump straight back into the summer.
That's what I wanted to add.
Your future self will help you
very
now.
important indeed.
All right, in which case...
It has been a little while. If we've forgotten stuff and we've got it wrong, don't tell us because it's too late.
I'm not being funny. You, specifically, you person who tweets people D&D rules and stuff, if you tweet me that we've forgotten stuff that we have because we haven't played for months, like murder.
I'm more thinking if we change a detail, what we say now is canon because what we said before is a long time ago.
Deal with
it. I'm going to retcon some stuff as well. So.
There's some stuff we did because we were tired that we're probably going to retcon. Yeah. I do generally love you tweeting me, though. Please don't think I'm going to get violent because it's actually my favourite. I love it very much. Thank you for coming back with us.
Yes.
Welcome to the table again. You're sat here.
We're excited to have you back with us.
On that cheerful note, it's time for us to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. Oh boy. The siege of Newmark is coming to a head. It is the 21st of falling leaves, morning of. At some point the following day, the Orcyrian flotilla will arrive, bringing an end to the siege. In addition, the Scarlet Winds are also due to arrive, although to what degree those arrival times shall overlap remains to be seen. It may be that there is some holding out to do before the cavalry comes. Speaking of cavalry and reinforcements, it has been decided that in the middle of the coming night, the reinforcements sent by Leodon from the south will attempt to smuggle their way into the city. The last hour of this overnight journey will be the most dangerous. It was previously 4 hours. I'm retconning this to 1 hour. We'll just say that it's because of the sun, of it being done at night. During that hour, they're at their highest risk of being spotted by the Orcyrian forces. The Sunset Girls have elected to take care of the physical scouts on the ground, the cavalry on the Orcyrian side. So they'll be preoccupied or busy being eliminated during that time. However, the Orcyrians have a second set of eyes, the Gold Hawks, a battery of diviners based out of Fort Beatrix. In order to help the reinforcements arrive and further swing the odds in their favour, the party must either eliminate enough of the diviners to render them ineffective as a unit before about 3 a.m. the following morning, or they need to keep them busy during that 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. window, and their eyes firmly turned elsewhere. It is, however, still mid-morning on the 21st, so you have time to prepare to mount any attacks ahead of time or do anything else in advance. As per your instructions at the end of the last episode, you head out in search of Poppy, the maybe demon lord that you released from the shadowy realm on the other side of wherever it is that friend sometimes hangs out. It isn't too hard to track him down. You find, especially because you know to look out for people with a distinctive coiled serpent symbol, some of whom are wearing it drawn on.
This is such a problem.
Issue.
Some of which one person has it as a tattoo, and after being led back to the human woman, to a human woman wearing a little sort of bronze amulet of it, the one you met before, who seems to be accompanied by a serpentine spirit, she leads you into essentially a cafe, although the various figures gathered around inside, the way people are talking to each other, clustered in small groups, and the way that the familiar form of Poppy is positioned up on a slightly raised mezzanine section, with several of the tables pushed to the side, sat on a chair that kind of feels a bit like a throne, with various figures nearby talking to him or tending or bringing him things. it has a bit more of a sort of shrine vibe to it. You do recognise the figure, though. Seemingly tiefling-like, humanoid, with mottled black and golden scales, just traceries under the skin, and a black and gold scaled long coat. With a pair of, again black and gold, horns, kind of like the horns of a horned snake, rather than your goat-like horns, the bull-like horns you've seen on other tieflings. Poppy notices your arrival.
Can I do an out-of-character check-in on something
Yes.
before we talk to Poppy? So am I right, lads, in thinking that Poppy is for help for the actual siege as a distraction? Because the soldiers are coming in the dark.
Yeah.
So eating the sun.
Unless he's got a bunch of stuff that he can offer us for that, just generally.
I mean, if it feels like being distracting, I'm super down.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, yeah.
Well, the thing we need to clarify...
Eating the sun is ineffective at night.
Yeah.
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 It's
I
like...
cannot wait until campaign 2 and just see how bad this has gotten.
Ha
Really
like-
cannot wait to see
like,
the
so
consequences
bad.
for this.
Like,
I'm
the consequences
super
are
looking forward
terrible. Watch him be like the arc villain in campaign 2. Like he's just gone really off the deep end, he's just eating babies, and we've got to stop him.
I think he's going to be too powerful. We're not going to be... We maybe might fight some of his priests, but no, we can't get near. He's going to be a god by campaign 2.
He is.
Oh, I'm laughing because I know who the arc villains are for campaign 2.
Oh, fun.
Well, I know at least one of them and who that is and who you've met or not.
Is it me? Am I the villain?
I mean, if you play your cards right, you could be the villain of campaign 2.
By the way, there were people on Discord recently asking if we mean it when we talk about campaign 2. Yes.
Yes, yes, we
you
definitely
I
I
have
mean,
character.
the intent is there.
Yeah.
Like, it obviously, life is life, and
Yes.
things always might not happen, but we want to.
yeah, if we can.
All the talk about it is serious,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes, Fingers crossed we do it.
I liked it.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's finish this one first.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but like people were
I've got
asking
a
if it was like a
character 'cause I
meme or
had
a
a
joke, and we were like, no. Like, we'd like to do it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I have concepts
love
for
this
characters. Yeah.
I've got a character sheet and a playlist.
Yep.
I mean, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I've
I
got a
don't-
character. I haven't written anything down, but I've got one.
I don't know how long it'll be, campaign 2, when it runs, like whether we'll do like an... Because like these characters, I'd love to see them get up to level 20. We'll see. It depends
Yeah.
how long
See
they
what
go.
I want to
Yeah.
get up to
But-
level 20.
Yeah.
But I don't know...
Give me that wish spell.
I'm a nightmare at level 20.
I don't know whether that will be the case for like campaign 2 or what. Like, who
Yeah,
knows?
we'll
But
see.
I got some plans, I got some setting ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
Basically, we like this world and these people, so we're going to keep
Yes.
playing at it for as long as it feels
Yeah.
good.
We'll
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
As long as it's fun.
skip forward
Yeah.
a few decades.
Yeah.
See how things turned out.
Everything's going to be fine. Anyway, sorry.
You're on fire!
Ah!
The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive, depending on where you are.
Right, let's talk
Poppy
to
beckons you
a cult leader.
And yeah, surrounding him are a mixture of sort of humans, orcs, some halflings, and a couple of slightly more like hooded, smaller figures, some tall and thin. In particular, like there's just like a cat like snoozing on on a cafe table nearby. But and yeah, the whole place has a sort of chill, like dim atmosphere. It's an interior location. There is incense burning, giving it a kind of musky scent. Ah, my friends. He looks to the mortals. Give us a little space, would you? Of course. Of course. They bow and step away and give you the space. The cat stays, as do three of the smaller kind of figures lurking a bit more in the shadows. Kind of hard to make them out in full detail, but Poppy's well lit.
I do like a joking little bow. My fucking liege, how are you doing? This looks to be going alarmingly well.
I'm setting things up. It's a big day tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow, is it?
Got any big plans?
Yeah, you could say that.
Wanna share details?
Better if I keep things a bit of a surprise, but
We did want to ask you some things about it, if we're honest.
you can ask.
I mean, there's a pretty big battle going on tomorrow.
So I hear.
Where
Are you
you
gonna join in at all?
do you want to
I
play?
think it's
plan?
safe. I think it's safe to say I'll be joining in.
Excellent. You
After
would
all,
In a way that is helpful to us?
please.
all of my
Please.
followers are here. I got a vested interest in things going spectacularly tomorrow.
Right.
Well,
You
that
see
makes
how
four
that's
of us.
vague and unhelpful, in a concerning way for those of us. who
I'm
are
on
trying
your
to plan.
side.
Okay, so see that's good. That is helpful.
I mean, you saved our lives quite literally last time, actually. I think
I
we'd probably
feel
all
like
be dead.
The battle lines have been a bit drawn on this one.
But you are also sort of doing a cult, so figured it was worth checking in on that. Yeah.
How's that going, by the way? I assume it definitely beats the Cold World.
That it does. I'm kind of frowns for a moment, shakes his head. Well, I've had limited time, but hopefully enough seeds have been sown. He looks at Scamp. Word of advice, kid. I don't know why you're so reluctant to do it, but you should set yourself up a cult, just in case you ever shuffle off that particular mortal coil.
What the fuck does that mean?
People like us, we need someone to catch us when we fall,
Insurance.
so to speak.
Could that be a person with a resurrection spell?
I mean,
would that work?
kind of gives you like a raise an eyebrow. Seem to think about it and shrugs one shoulder. You aren't exactly like me, but you aren't like them either. He looks at Celestia and Corzin. So the short answer is, I don't know. But if you work like me, it's
Get a
useful to
cult.
have a cult.
I will be in your cult if it means I can bring you back. Does that help?
I mean, I think you're already in my cult.
A little bit, yeah. Do we have to get like tattoos or something? Like literally,
We
if,
should
if I
get
can...
tattoos.
Let's get tattoos. I'm actually really up for tattoos.
I know a great tattoo artist.
Excellent. We should talk. But we have a siege to plan, so probably not right now.
Right, which
Yeah.
I'd
reminds me...
like a big heart with an arrow through it and then bum written in the middle.
Just that looks like you love bum.
The best advice I was ever given about tattoos is make sure you find someone who can spell.
That is
I mean, even
excellent
I can
advice.
spell bum.
Yeah.
It's like cult with everyone saying bomb.
Bam. Bun. It's like I love bun.
Yeah.
Poppy chuckles at the thought and then sobers up a little. But really,
Don't do it in the mirror, otherwise it's nub.
Right. Passing
I
over
need-
idiotic tattoos.
passing over which, though,
We were going
do
to.
me a favour and do yourselves a favour. When the moment is right, and you'll know when the moment is right, have your people hail me. Call out my true name.
What's your true name again? It's not Poppy, is it?
Apophis.
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 Call out hail Apophis, or just Apophis, whatever. The point is that it's the name.
Right. Is this something that's going to give you the ability to do whatever it is you're doing more easily?
Oh yeah. And more importantly, it's gonna let it... beckons you closer, leans in, looks at Scamp in particular. I'm telling this for you, mostly for your benefit. We can do a lot of shit. Crazy, magical shit. But real miracles are tricky to pull off. Some of them tend to have very specific conditions, and it's a lot easier if people are down with those conditions being fulfilled. If you set up a miracle, if you're ever in the position to need to set up a miracle, make sure you set those conditions and let people know. In this case, calling out my name when it happens will allow me to bring you into the party in a good way. To act through you. More to act upon you than through you. Again, in a good way. It's going to give you an advantage.
Alright, good to know.
And I really suggest that you get this message spread to as many people as you can. So if you got, say, any ships coming in or anything like that, might be worth sending to them that this is a thing.
Alright.
Okay, that's worth knowing. Thank you.
Right. So would it be helpful if it started with like us and then it spread and everyone did it?
Just when it happens, just anyone who calls out my name is gonna get the benefit. I can't be more discerning than that. I won't really be in a state to be more discerning than that. So try and make sure this doesn't get over to the other side ahead of time as well.
Right.
Got
So
it,
like a
alright.
blessing sort of situation.
Yeah, that's the best way to think of it.
On a potentially related note then, a question I had for you is, you mentioned before about swallowing the sun.
Yeah.
When you've done that in the past, how long have you been able to do it for?
As long as I need.
Right.
Because this might actually work to both of our advantage then.
Are you willing to
Because-
use it as a tool in a siege?
I mean, it's
It kind of gives the three of you a level look.
you've got to admit, it's a really distracting thing if they're not expecting it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. He kind of spreads his arms, like shrugs a little. I mean, yeah, obviously. It's
But if you can do it for as long as you need to, then that might give us a...
let's say that I can do it for as long. It'll last as long as the moment requires.
Right.
Once I'm gonna kind of rubs through his eyes from the bridge of his nose. Okay, more deep secrets time.
We're really good at secrets. We have so many terrifying ones. We'll probably forget those.
There's a limit to what an incarnate god can do.
Right.
There are different limits to what we can do when we're less incarnate. The moment I give you a miracle, I'm not going to be in a position to act as directly as I can right now.
Right. I suppose, well, if it's a miracle, a literal miracle, that takes a lot of... And Corzin just sort of gestures in a kind of like broadly open kind of direction, like lightning bolts. Kind of
The magic gestures, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the right broad idea.
Makes sense. All right. So Good to know.
So, but yeah, it's doesn't work quite the way that the magic you're used to works. Doesn't quite work the way that the magic I've got stored up in this body works. When the point of no return has passed, when the event has reached its conclusion, one way or another, it'll be done.
But it will probably last for the whole battle, is what you're saying.
Till the battle's resolved one way or another.
Once the drama's over.
Pretty much, yeah. That's how these things tend to work.
It's quite thematic.
Religion is very good at storytelling. Let's be honest. Kind of how it works.
Yeah.
Oh, you have no idea.
It was like an involuntary little shudder for a second.
No. That's,
So if you did it at, say, sort of the beginning of the siege, that could be quite scary to the other side.
Well, I'd start cacking myself if the sun disappeared and I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, like if we could get off a shot and then the sun disappears, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
when the
But you say
moment's
you're going to be
right.
less involved once it happens.
Yeah. The moment,
Well, I think
the moment it
We
does.
trust you to know the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be as direct.
Will your supporters
do you-
still be fighting with us?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, amazing. Wonderful.
Should we just let our side know the sun's going to go at some point?
Yeah,
think
and the
we-
whole
yeah.
And if we
apophis
let
thing.
folks know without the enemy finding out.
Oh, fuck, those clerics are going to be so mad with us.
Just
Oh,
spread
the
the
clerics
message.
fucking hate us for so many
Cleric of
reasons.
Purity, she's going to be so mad.
Well, look.
Well, what I've been
We've
telling
actually-
people is, well, it's to spread the message. And this is a message that ain't going to inform the enemy too much. When a miracle happens, hail Apophis.
All right.
Right. I think we should probably tell our side that it's going to go dark and stuff, otherwise they'll be
Yeah.
horrified. And also they'll probably prepare to do a battle in the dark. Does it how dark does it get when you eat the sun? Is it like night time,
Night,
or is
I
it
would
like
guess.
magic level darkness? I actually still don't really understand what this means.
No, not a clue. But I'm very curious.
If it's what I think it is, then I like night. Imagine it's like night.
Right.
I've not seen
Okay.
exactly that thing happen before, but I've seen like there's a
Really,
couple of
Corzin?
times.
You've never seen someone eat the sun before? I thought you'd seen everything.
I've travelled
fuck's
far
sake.
and wide, but I've not seen that before. What I did do remember though is when I was about a young lad. Anyway, my brother and I watched the sun sort of partially go away at one point, but that's a natural phenomenon. It happens somewhere in the world.
Yeah, the moon's
quite
a
regularly.
poser.
I don't understand that you said the sun just goes away.
Well, it's the moon travelling in front of the sun.
Yeah. She thinks she's all that.
The moon and the... Right.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Corzin will hold up there's got to be like a candle or something.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
move his
I've
hand
been
in
taught
front.
nothing about how the world and the sun and the moon work. I rolled a 1.
Yeah.
So the moon goes in front of the
Yeah.
sun?
Yeah, like Calcinea here. Moon
So
here.
they both go up at the same time?
Well, sometimes they intersect. It's like they're passing.
What do you mean they pass? They both go up and down.
Well, yeah, but like over the course of their
Or do
travel,
we go
they
up and
pass each
down?
other.
I don't know anything.
No, it's
Well- The moon comes up and down at different times, doesn't it?
yeah.
It's not always the same time.
No,
Right.
no, it's not. And there are time differences and stuff.
Yes.
It's different shapes sometimes.
Right.
Not that I'm not finding this greatly amusing.
I'm sure it's
Is
really
there-
helping with your prep, yeah.
Is there anything else you wanted from me?
Potentially?
Well,
So...
prior to this miracle, what are your intentions? Are you going to be are you going to be here? Are you intending to be out on the front lines? What's what's the
I'm going to be
place
nice
that you
and
would prefer to
visible
be?
and fighting. Don't worry.
Right. Okay.
That's important.
What about tonight? What's your plans for this evening?
I have plans this evening. There's a lot to coordinate. What are your plans?
What
this
about
evening?
like 3 or 4 in the morning? Doing anything exciting?
Yes. What is it you need from me?
Not
Oh,
sure.
God, no.
So basically, we have some reinforcements coming into the city between 3 and 4. That's going to be the last hour of travel. So obviously the diviners are a problem, even though it's dark. So basically, we either need to kill them or distract them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either
we just
would
thought
be
we'd ask in
fine
case.
by us.
Like I said, I'm going to be busy. But since you've done well by me, I can do you a favor. Capri, one of the slightly shadowy figures, stands up, and the shadows around them flicker a little, and you see what looks like a halfling-sized scarab in a long coat
Oh.
stand up, flicker a little, before seeming to become a slightly chitinous-looking, somewhere between a tiefling. It was a tiefling if they were halfling-sized,
Okay.
almost. Capri looks up. Hey, what do you have in mind, boss? Take Libica Terra and Bufo. Stick around until the morning. How about that? Stick with these 3 until the morning. Help them out. Come back alive, but render what assistance you can. The cat stretches, and you see
Never trust a cat.
on the wall, kind of slipping out of the shadows, is a huge, hand-sized blue bottle fly, which buzzes through, drops to the ground, and rises up. Again, looking kind of like another of these halfling-sized tieflings, but with compound eyes, and a third one, which again looks pretty similar in its tiefling-y form, like short tiefling-esque form, but it's got a big bloated belly and really wide mouth and kind of slimy skin. The cat just paces up to use a cat. These 4 have a few useful abilities in their incarnate forms. Try not to get them killed. It's a real pain to reincarnate.
Noted.
I don't know. That's probably about all I can do for you today. Gotta be rested for tomorrow.
Cracking. Well, you get that pre-sun-eating rest in.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll explain how the heavenly bodies work.
Yeah, maybe when we're not planning for a siege.
Wait,
I mean,
there
it
are
doesn't really
bodies
matter.
up there?
Well, bodies of water and bodies of...
There are
no,
bodies
that's
in
not-
the water?
Well, sometimes, yes, but that's not the point right now.
God.
Capri and the other 3, I'm going to call them imps, follow after you as you're leaving. Capri looks up. So, what do you need?
Not sure yet. We're actually
question.
still planning, but we're happy to have reinforcements. Just give us a little time. We'll get there.
Yeah, if you stay close by us, we'll find something that's important.
Actually, what are you good at? That might help us plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got any specialisms?
A few.
If that's not a hideous question, DM.
No, it's fine. I exactly have this. Okay. The biggest thing of the four of us is we can merge with, kind of wrap the shadows around us, basically turn invisible whenever we want.
Ooh, that could be really useful, potentially.
Most of us, I think we can all fly, climb, or jump pretty well as needed.
Mm-hmm. You can do animal forms, that was very good.
And we can see in the dark. Also, we got a pretty nasty little bite. For the most part, or equivalent. Capri pulls open his coat, and you can see what appears to be a large fang, like with a hilt, like a dagger.
Ooh.
Is it out?
Oh, good to know.
Well, that's very fancy.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're not really frontline fighters per se, but if you need us to,
No, but precision strikes could be right.
we're pretty good at staying hidden.
I mean, what we need might be a distraction, so you might be perfect, actually.
All right. Do you think maybe they'd stand a better chance of distracting or at least frustrating the efforts of a cavalry battalion?
No.
No, they're small.
Like, literally the
There's not
opposite.
many
Also,
of
we
them.
have people on cavalry. Sunset Girls are doing that.
All right.
Yeah, I figured the four of us could, we could knock some horses out. Maybe we could.
I mean,
Need some horse throats.
what we need is either to distract these diviners or to sneak into the fort and kill them. They're kind of perfect for either.
Right.
Because they could either just distract the fucking diviners from within while we also do a distraction from without, or they could distract some guards while we get through.
It's kind of up to you. You can send us as a little unit to do our own thing, or we can stay close to you.
Well, we've got to find the best way.
You don't want to put them anywhere they're going to take a hit, because I don't think that's going to.
No.
Like, even invisible, that's a risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't. We can't. It's a little harder for us to come back. I mean, not as unless you got someone on hand to do it real quick, like you and that little. The little rat girl there. Nods to Marjorie, currently skittering around in your pocket in normal form.
Then perhaps what we want here is mischief. Now, if Poppy had instructed you to go and harass a specific individual, but not to either harm or get yourselves in harm's way, what would you do?
Depends what kind of harassment you need. Like, we could... Are we talking, lamp lighting them? Or, just starting to
What is lamp lighting? What does that
move
mean?
things around, fuck with their heads, try slowly turn out all the lamps in
misdirection.
I mean, I'm extremely amused by this as a thing.
But, it depends what you need. Or if... there's other stuff you can do. You can lock the doors around them if you can get hold of the key, that sort of thing. It really
that'd
depends.
be funny apart from anything else.
It would be funny. I'll give them that.
But you might be able to get us in places by causing distractions.
Yeah.
Setting small fires, noises.
Yeah, absolutely.
Flying in people's faces, a giant scary fly. Yeah.
A little more direct than we like to do.
You know best at this thing.
If we need to be flying in someone's face, usually we'll do all four of us on one person if we can get them alone. Because, gestures to the fang dagger.
I mean, the real decision that we need to make here is whether we are going into the fort or doing a distraction that will draw their eye. The latter is
My theory
safer
is-
the night before
Yeah.
a battle, but the former will get rid of the diviners for the battle, potentially.
Yeah. And if we do a distraction and it doesn't quite work, that's it. We've lost that shot. Whereas if we try and kill them and it doesn't quite work, we can still go for a distraction.
Yes, but if we try and kill them and it doesn't quite work, we might get captured and then everything's fucked.
Yeah, no, that's
Like,
a
we
problem.
need a way out.
Risk reward. I see.
Yeah.
Alton is specifically instructed us not to get captured or killed, and to be
Horrible.
extra cautious.
Taking advantage of the ability that you have to turn invisible, can you scout out for us whilst invisible and try and find the place specifically where the diviners are and report back?
That's a fucking fantastic idea, and tell us a bit about guard numbers, etc.
Yeah, this is reconnaissance. We can then make a more clear plan of how we're going to hit them.
Yeah, sure. We can fly out there, take a look.
Intel would be amazing.
Right.
It'd be really
Do
useful.
not get caught. If you think you are, run.
Oh yeah, don't
Yeah.
need to tell us. All right.
That's really good though.
It's that fortress about a mile to the north, right?
Correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
so,
Give us do some calculations here. Could take a look now. Give us an hour. If we're not back in 2, something's gone real wrong.
I like those numbers.
Okay, good to
Correct.
know.
Okay. The 4 of them look at each other. Step as you're kind of working out. They step back into an alleyway and seem to sort of merge with the shadows.
Right, so while
then
they're
they
working
go.
on that, there's got to be somewhere in this city some municipal records of what the interior of that fortress looks like.
Surely
At
some
least
building plans
partially.
or something. Yeah.
Surely, yes. If we
really?
can
Because
find
that feels like a big old security risk to me. That's not the sort of thing I'd leave anywhere outside of the building.
You have a point.
Well, we can, but look, it's got to be in like the city records if it is there.
City Hall is still intact.
I think we've got to give it a go, haven't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know you said City Hall, but I'm tired and I heard City Horse.
I'll be in the
City
city
Yeah,
hall.
but there's just one.
The
There's a
City
single
Hall may or
horse.
may not be intact.
Oh no! The City Horse!
There have been a few fights. There's been some fighting in the streets. You head over towards City Hall, a building that you've not really been into.
No, not as a reason, I guess.
Because there's not really been a need. You've passed it a few times, but for the most part, the actual location, like City Hall itself, that hasn't needed to come up. So, briefly checking my map for a moment with the wards new mark. So that actually takes you into. So City Hall is actually Midtown,
Okay.
not far from Stitchfather, actually.
Convenient.
So it's in Stitchfather's, and you see there is a tall. There's a pretty nice sort of brick building, red brick building with white column facades around the outside and a domed roof. Very, very sort of Tyrian neoclassical in design. It is currently not the most active, probably because in the last 3 days, most of the council, like the official political council of the city, were assassinated or scared out of their
Fuck's
jobs.
sake.
And then you took out 2 gangs who were
Yeah,
kind of
that was us.
puppeting a lot of the officials. But there are still 4 militia guards outside the front, and you see one. And I'm going to say that yeah, sure. you actually recognise one of those as well. So out front, just trying to find the dang thing here. So out front, you see a familiar halfling militiawoman with, I believe, tied back blonde hair. In this case, this would be... Sorry, I'm really blanking. I'm trying to find her name here.
I think I know the one you mean, but I'm blanking on the name as well.
Yeah, she is in my notes, but I haven't actually got decent notes. There we go, Chelsea.
Oh, the cute one. Yeah, I'm there.
Yes.
I love
From
her.
the first rifles. Little green eyes, dark brown hair with a little fringe, olive skin. She kind of salutes on your arrival. Oh,
Darling, how are you?
not too bad. Seems like I'm always running into the three of you. What brings you to City Hall today?
We want to look at some records, darling. You don't think you could help us, do you?
I'm not sure if I can, but there might actually be someone else. But we can see. Can see if anyone else is in who'd be willing to help you out. She leans into the door. Hey, we got some decent people trying to find their way into some of the records. Is anyone out here? There's a little bit of shuffling, and you see a somewhat twitchy-looking, red-headed, freckled halfling, dressed in a waistcoat and shirt, peer out, sort of adjusting his glasses. What? Records?
Yes, building plans, specifically.
In the middle of it. Okay, listen.
It's actually really important.
Fine, whatever. Come in,
relevant, promise.
Archives are at the back. Through here, please.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get... Sorry, most of the staff have quit, and it's kind of a bit of a nightmare trying to organise everything because, the streets still need cleaning and everything. It's because the last thing we want is dysentery. Sorry. Hi, nice to meet you. Owen Copperkettle, no relation.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you.
Corzin Horhace at your service.
Scamp. Some relations.
Hi. Feel like I've heard it. Like I said, at your peculiar get-ups.
This is the rainbow.
Oh, this is Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's Jeffrey.
Right, I think I've heard about you.
Probably
the
we
fighting
are
and
weirdly famous these days.
We've
Cool.
got about a bit.
We're thinking of starting a cult. Would you like to join?
Perhaps not the best time, Scamp.
Maybe later, darling.
okay.
Yeah.
Not really. Kind of.
Busy with public health.
Yeah. Also, like born and raised, like Regency. So, come on in. Sort of leads you. Quickest way is through the main assembly area. Pushes open a pair of doors and see there's almost no one else around. This place looks pretty understaffed. The doors swing open and you find yourself stepping into, for want of a better word, a sort of auditorium. It's a circular chamber with tiered seating, kind of central pulpits, raised areas, and a big domed roof with sort of skylight-esque, less skylights and more like lots of windows around the bottom part of the dome. It's very grand, kind of screams sort of governmental assembly location.
Right.
It's also familiar to you, Celestia.
Really? How so?
You have seen this in a vision
Oh dear.
when you and Quilena were standing over your mother's
Oh
black
no!
Oh.
I don't think Celestia says anything. I think she just gets a bit wide-eyed and freezes slightly.
We've got to have noticed that much at least.
Oh, surely. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Owen doesn't notice at all.
Also, knowing her, the outward signs probably last a couple of seconds and then she does acting. Because she's a bard.
Everything okay, Celestia? In fact, I will say that with the stone, not out loud.
I'll tell you in a minute when we're not trying to get this man to help us do stuff, but no.
All right.
Oh dear.
What can we do?
Just carry on for now. I'll talk to you when the random is gone.
Gotcha.
You kind of tune back in to Owen, who's kind of like been murmuring. I was like, normally the council kind of meets here for actual legislative assembly type things. I suppose they'll probably still use it.
I imagine they're taking an extended recess right about now.
Yeah. Actually, wouldn't be. There's elections due. Can't imagine they'll happen before all of this is done. Honestly, it's much as I kind of hate it. It's been a bit of a relief for martial law to be declared because it means that that we're not trying to sort everything out here. And
If there's anybody looking for jobs after the siege, do you want us to point them this way? Would that be helpful?
don't worry. We'll be taking care of our own recruiting.
No, that's fair. Just wanted to offer,
Okay. So through these doors here, leads you through into some back hallways and then into another larger room just filled with rows upon rows of basically filing cabinets.
Okay.
I don't have time, no offense, but I don't have time to help you search for whatever you're looking for. But if you're after architectural plans, this is what we've got. Every building that's been made in the city in the last 150 years that had proper paperwork applied for it, every alteration, anything that required public expenditures of labour or finances,
Right.
in here somewhere.
Would you be able to tell us how the archive is organised so we can at least know we're looking in the right place?
Yes, we're looking for stuff about the fort.
All right.
Any ideas how to narrow that down?
I mean, there's index cards over there, points to a filing cabinet all on its own.
Okay.
My best advice would be, if you know, I mean, the fort itself was built. One moment. Right, the fort itself was built into its current form about 30 to 40 years ago, I think. Not usually my department. I do sanitation, but it would have been a public expenditure. Although I couldn't tell you if the expenditure was financed directly by the crown or if it was if it came out of the local budget. There's probably records relating to supplies and amendments. Couldn't tell you the architect's name, but I know that they worked on this building as well, and a few of the other major, and they also worked on the battery too.
All right, good to know.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Best I can do.
Yeah.
Happy hunting.
Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much.
I much appreciate it.
Gives you a nod, steps out, and hurries off elsewhere.
Celestia.
Yeah. Yep.
How irresponsible would it be to use the eye to look for us finding this thing? Because I have a very strong urge to set the whole thing on fire rather than read a single fucking file.
A
Well,
suggestion-
darling, if we did that, we'd then have to, redo the whole purging the eye thing, which, isn't the worst, but we'd have to do it again, and we never know when it's going to go wrong, and we have a battle tomorrow, so we also might want to look at the battle, so maybe we should just do 2, I don't know, because I can't imagine fucking reading through this either right now, to be honest. I'm going to sit down.
Well, look, if we're going to use the eye, and I'm not saying necessarily we have to straight away, but if we're going to, it would probably make more sense to look at the last time, or actually look at the time where the contents of it were being discussed and they were on display.
Yeah, it does
we
occur
know
to me that we
exactly
could
what
also
we
just
want
get
to-
Clara involved, and she'd probably find it in 5 seconds.
Nobody does that.
That's not a terrible idea.
She's
but
good
let's
at
at
this
least
shit.
try and find it. Corzin is going to have a look at the index cards and how Byzantine is this place, frankly, Jason?
Ooh. Roll an intelligence check.
Boy, goody. Right.
Oh boy, howdy, them intelligence checks.
Okay, that is a whole 9.
You've never had to use a library indexing system before.
I probably have.
Yeah.
Shall I have a look? Can I have a look? Also,
Yeah.
I've got. I see Corzin looking at it confusingly. Darling, I'm tethered to a magical artifact that makes me smarter. Give that here.
Here you are.
How does it look to me? That's not good. That's like a 7. Celestia is actually, I'm gonna say, visibly panicking a little bit, and it's making her not be able to pay attention to things.
You have used a library indexing system before, but either whoever built this library hasn't, or they're using a completely different one to yours, or there's actually 3 or 4 different systems, because pulling some index cards at random, they don't seem to follow the same patterns. Yeah, this is... You can't the pair of you cannot immediately figure out a quick way to home in on what you need. Consider this your first failure of the skill challenge.
Oh
Okay.
no.
I think I'm panicking a bit because I can't make this make sense. So
Alright.
yeah.
Are
Also,
you alright?
Let's-
No,
hold off on
no,
that for
I'm
a
not
moment. What's the
fine.
matter? Tell us
Actually,
what's the matter.
no, nothing is okay. So you know that vision I had where me and or my sister killed my mother
Yeah?
was in here.
Like this
Whoa.
place here?
Like right there on the floor, just that spot down there. Yep.
Oh, bugger.
In a library? Wow.
Yep, I'd assumed it was somewhere underground, and now I feel a bit lightheaded.
Technically, it
Whoa.
was in the main auditorium area
I'm-
of the library, but
I mean, technically, I'll say I was pointing through the door
Yeah.
to that spot on the floor over there. Yeah, technically in there, and yeah, I'd assumed it was underground, but apparently
Yeah,
not. And does that mean?
anywhere near here?
Does that mean she's coming? Does that mean that's like soon?
No.
How the fuck
I
do you
don't
know
see
that's
how.
here? Why are we here when that happens?
Because it could be soonish, but the circumstances don't really work out to be any time soon. Like, your sister's not near enough.
That's true.
like-
Yeah,
far
given
as
where
we're
we know
aware.
your sister to be now, it is impossible that it's happening within the next little while, at least.
Yeah, you're right.
Like,
So we need to
as
get
I
the
understand
fuck
it,
out
she is
of
at
this city.
least 2 weeks away.
I'm particularly sweary today.
That's
Interesting.
quite fine, my darling. You enjoy.
Right. Okay.
But
so
yeah, that's
now-
a thing
now we
that
know
we
that.
should be aware of.
You know, that is a thing to know.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you for sharing.
that's all
Thank
right.
you.
Burn
Yes.
the whole place down. Let's not burn the whole place down. I just don't. I don't want to read a single index card.
I know. I really do think that maybe we should send to Clara.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, is there a way of contacting Clara that doesn't use a spell but is quick?
Could you send Marjorie?
I mean, how far away is Clara from here?
I mean,
Where is Clara?
Back
Where
on
are
the
we?
ship.
I think Clara's back on the ship.
think
You're in
so,
the middle
yeah.
of town, so you probably could send your little Myrrel
I think sending
Down
a
the
small
street.
rodent is probably slower than walking.
It probably is, yeah.
But on the bright side, you could send Marjorie while you start on the index cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that.
That would be probably the most efficient use of our time, to be fair.
Oh, I'm so hard done by. I have to read. Oh no. No, fair.
Well,
I
look.
don't want to fucking read either. I don't know why I'm taking the piss. It sounds terrible.
Fine, I will write a letter to Clara. Attach it to Marjorie.
Yeah. In the meantime, let's see if we can make heads or tails of this. But, Celestia, if you're certain that in there, back through there, is where the thing you scried happens, then that does actually give us, to some extent, a bit of information that we didn't have before, which is that wherever they're planning on striking, it was here. So what is happening here, besides the battle in a day's time, that would interest your mother specifically?
I don't fucking know. We should ask Lady Grace, I suppose.
Okay,
And
well,
also, it could be as simple as Celestia is the thing that is here.
Yep. Quite easily.
yes, I grant
Also,
that.
there's all that bank stuff we messed with.
Although,
Yeah.
isn't that why she's sending Quilena?
Yeah, but she don't trust her.
Glenda's
She's
useless
failed
these
quite a
days.
few times.
Alright.
Also, Quilena will want to find me anyway, because I've pissed her off pretty majorly.
Yeah.
She'll definitely want revenge. I mean, my mother
not
might
having
want
it.
revenge at this point.
Well, she's not having it either.
No, quite.
Why weren't you
Well,
two
look-
there in the vision?
We could have literally been across the room and out of sight doing something.
Yeah,
It's
there are
10-minute
any
vision.
number of reasons. There are any number of reasons why we wouldn't have been literally there at that time.
True.
Like,
Scary.
I know
though.
the inclination here is to
Yeah.
is to imagine the worst, but really, I don't think that's sensible right now.
I don't know, imagine the worst and plan from there. You know?
Well, look,
Yeah.
we know also that the vision is only as accurate as it is at the point of observation. So us knowing this now could change the whole thing entirely.
Yeah. I just, what if she's earlier than we think she is?
Well, I think it might be worthwhile keeping a one of the people in our circle, having them keep an eye on this place, see who comes and goes over the next little while.
I'm going to put Jeffrey on watch while we do the looking through the papers
Because,
anyway.
all right, assuming for a moment it isn't you, and what else would bring either Quilena or your mother here to this building specifically?
Again,
Is there information in it that what they would need, that they were after?
I mean, if she's in a twisted, weird fucking way that Lady Grace was implying, trying to help with the revolution,
What here would be the thing that she would be after?
I don't know,
What
something similar to us, maybe.
Yeah.
Information about the fort, but by that
any
time the battle would have
structure.
been lost or won. In any case,
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you did that scry, that was before ones where we scried and we lost.
True.
Like at that time, everything
Maybe
was gonna
maybe
fall.
she wants the pickings after the battle. Maybe she wants the city. I refuse to believe her intentions are entirely noble.
well, they're definitely not.
I don't know, Lady Grace seemed to think that she's this, like, freedom fighter wanting revolution.
Maybe she was once, but you spend too long doing bad things to that end, and you just end up bad.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
I've always thought she just wanted power. everything's fucked downstairs for her, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because
Or
we fucked
shortly
everything.
will be. If the,
But we fucked everything for them specifically. We wrote the family name in the sky over a burning city.
and if the
Like-
siblings have their way, they're not going to have any place safe to hide down there.
But exactly, maybe she's trying to take cities up here.
Yeah.
Entire cities. Well,
I mean, yeah. She
no,
started the
I'm
fucking
not saying
Ebengard.
that she wouldn't do it.
You know, they're $1 million a pop. She's got the the backing, maybe
And
slightly less
let's
without the
face
bank,
it,
but
it's kind of what we're doing. Like, not just us, we've got a bunch of people with us, but that is what we're doing, is taking a city. If we're doing it, she could definitely fucking try.
it's true. We don't
So
want it for
again-
ourselves,
We've already
though.
done it once.
So again, what is the information here that she'd be looking for?
You
Would
keep
it
saying
be-
this like I'll know the answer. I've never known
We
how
don't
her head
know,
works.
and we also don't know that that's why she's here. That she was here for information. It could be she could have been following someone. She could have been looking for somewhere to hole up because it's a big old strong building. There's many reasons she could have been in here.
I could
We
ask
don't
Lady
even know what
Grace.
information is stored here.
I genuinely could ask Lady Grace.
It might be worth it. She seems to be one who has an insight into your mother's motivations that perhaps we don't.
Yep.
She's also a bit. I feel like she's not really clear-headed when it comes to your mother.
No. Maybe more so now. The separation is
Maybe.
supposedly done. Also still really fucking angry with her.
Yeah,
Livid.
That's
So-
really fair.
Understandable.
But maybe that's helpful. You know, maybe I can use
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. If we can get just that simple piece of information, we're at least one step ahead than we were.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
I'm still all for burning this place down once we found what we need, to be
Yeah,
honest.
did you
no,
send
that's mean.
Marjorie
That's
with a
unhelpful.
message?
I did. I
God,
sent
Marjorie has
Marjorie
gone
with a
off
message.
Yeah.
Before this conversation, Marjorie
Thank
with
you.
a note saying, Clara, there's a library. We can't. Please help.
I'm also
Scamp,
kind of
I
tempted to
understand
check
the
in with
impulse, but-
Quilena's spy, just in case.
Yes.
yeah.
We need an absolutely up-to-date report on exactly where she is.
Yeah.
Just to remind you, it's been about 3 days, I think, something like that, since you did last check in with Quillen.
Oh, has it? And what did he say?
That as far as he was aware, they were still at least a month, so 3 weeks out from making land.
Oh, right, they're not even on land
Right.
yet. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because didn't we also scry on the moment at which she made landfall? And it was just, she was walking down the gangplank.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
It wasn't here
in
either,
a
was
city
it?
that you
Somewhere
did
And
not
it wasn't here.
recognise and have not
That was
been
another
to.
thing, it was
Yeah.
not here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm panicking.
Yeah.
Yeah. We probably not
understandable.
worth the sending, is it?
Not right now.
No. Check in a bit if we're alive and that.
Should we have a look at some records?
Yes.
Okay. You start going.
Corzin will
Before
offer you a
Jeffrey
hand
eats
if
them all.
that's, something that Celestia wants at
Yes,
this point.
please.
So you
Okay,
start
a
with
hand.
the index, things, and after, I'm going to say it costs you about an hour of work. Although you've sent the message, so about 40, 50 minutes into this, Clara does arrive with having been let in. Hello.
Hey.
You see the young
Clara, save me.
kind of scarred-looking girl step in. You haven't left the index cards yet. You're still trying to but you have at least narrowed.
I'm lying on top of a filing cabinet, hanging upside down off the edge, just despairing.
You've got it down to 3 filing cabinets that might have what you're looking for in the broad area. So you have cabinet. So one cabinet is to do with sort of projects relating to city expenditure.
Ugh.
One is relating to public works. and one is relating to constructions performed by the specific architect who built this structure. But unfortunately, it's which is Bowler Overhill. Unfortunately, Bowler Overhill's firm built a lot of buildings. So he does actually have his own cabinets as well. But you do at least have places to start looking.
Clara, help.
Save us, Clara.
Please.
Can we look at if there's any records about Bolo Overhill specifically?
I mean, I should be able to.
That was kind of out of character, but okay.
It's like, yes, you can. It's like, all right. How about what I can do is I could help one of you try and take a look at one of these cabinets, see if we can get some leads from there, if you want to look at one of the others. So Clara will basically, if you can do this so that, depending on how you want to display this, one of you could each take a cabinet, or two of you could pair up and try and advantage check one cabinet, and Clara will assist another of you in checking, but allow you to use her own intelligence modifier.
Which makes a difference.
Yeah, what's Clara's investigation score?
Clara's investigation score is +7.
That's pretty good.
wow.
Okay.
Yeah, mine is +6, so she's got me beat. But maybe
Okay.
we want to have me and Clara on separate cabinets so that we can have 2 good investigation scores.
Cool.
And I should
Direct
not
us
lead that. I should
We'll
not
be
be
your fetching
rolling
and carrying
either of
people.
them.
Yeah, what if...
Because I can bend some fate if needed, but
Nice.
not if I'm the one rolling.
I will ask you to roll a die on behalf of Clara, then.
Cool.
That's Scamp.
Okay,
So,
I'll
Yeah.
I'll
Robbie,
help Clara.
roll as if you are Clara. So with the +7.
So Scamp helping Clara and Corzin helping me?
Yeah.
Do I get advantage then?
You do. Now you need to check whether you're looking at city expenditures, public works, or Bolo Overhill. Pick which cabinet each pair is looking at.
City expenditure makes me want to bash my head against a wall, so literally any of the other two. Either of the other two, please.
Look for Bolo. We'll
Bolo,
look for
yeah.
Thank you.
the constructions.
Okay.
Right. Well,
So
those
can I do
are
this with
entirely
advantage?
off the thing I'm rolling. I need a better place to roll.
Thank God that was with advantage. Jesus.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
It's actually 22 from me.
Very averagely, so I'm going to bend a bit of fate for
Okay.
Clara.
With my new dice that Sarah sent me.
Oh, good. That's a dirty 20
Okay.
with a couple of sorcery points thrown in at it.
All right, you're going to get... So this is going to give you 2 different pieces of information. The good news is that with the work on both... So Clara and Scamp, first of all, are able to dig up basically the architectural plans... or at least a broad overview of the layout of the fort, as drawn up by Bolo Overhill during the initial construction of the fort. Annoyingly, there are definitely some blank spaces included in this. But you are able to get the general layout of the fort with that roll. So first of all, a description of what you're able of the general layout. The fort itself is basically it's what we would call a quadrangle bastion fort. It's got 4 sort of earthwork-filled sticky outy bits, for want of a better word, the bastions around the walls. Three of these basically, I mean, they stick out one in every direction. They're in compass directions. So one is northeast, one is northwest, one is southeast, one is southwest. And the fort itself is built on a kind of almost like a corner of cliff, so that the northwestern bastion is pointing directly out to sea, and the northeastern and southwestern ones can both turn their guns to face the sea. You're able to get some information about their emplacements, the emplacements on those. They are rated for 8 cannons per bastion, able to fire outwards, including the one that fires down onto land. And there's emplacements for a swivel gun on each bastion to fire at aerial attackers as well. You're able to learn that there is one main entrance as well, which is the main gateway. It faces east and leads onto the slope going down the hill. On the inside, there's basically a central courtyard, and then built along the remaining walls are the other buildings that kind of fill out the centre of the rest of this fortress. So they're all clustered around the central courtyard. So mostly you walk between, like, into the central courtyard to then go into the main doors of each other thing. There are 7 of these structures in total. Imagine them being arranged in a circle, with where the east one would be is just the gate leading in. Mm-hmm. So going clockwise from the southeast, so if you're coming in through the gate directly to the left, there's demarcated room for stables. Then that would be like 4 o'clock is stables. 6 o'clock.
I can't keep this in my head.
Yeah, don't worry. Most of it is barracks.
I'm jotting it down.
There's a barracks. There's a mess hall to the west. Importantly, the admin is to the north, and the armory is to the northwest. So the northern side is administrative, armory storage. Southern side is more just like where the troops are staying. Mm-hmm.
Do you have a picture that you're looking at, perchance?
I do have a picture that I'm looking at. I'm going to think about a way to give this to you that
doesn't give away DM stuff. Yep.
Because I got a lot of shit on here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
I cannot hold all of this in my head without a picture. I'm just going to say it.
After admin north?
Admin's more to the north.
Yeah, but what was after that?
Armory is
Armory
to the
northwest.
Armory.
Is northwest.
Armory northwest, got it. Okay.
Northwest. Mess hall is
south is mostly barracks.
Sorry, northeast is the armory. West is mess hall. Southeast is stables. The rest is barracks.
Okay.
There is also, with the 20 you find, there is a latrine hall. There is actually a latrine next to the west hall with a narrow gutter that flows down and out through the walls.
Ooh, okay.
Since you got 20 on that.
Such as an imp might fly up.
It would be... It's small enough that a halfling couldn't get through. Mm-hmm. But something the size of, like, say, Marjorie's current form,
or something the size of quite a big blue bottle fly, perchance. Yeah,
could conceivably get through. Next, so that's the information. You find the general layout with that. Mm-hmm. Looking through the public works information, you get a little more detail. So this is public works rather than city expenditures. So, you find plans for details of the permanent enchantments placed on the fortress. The main one was done in-house, and that was the Sanctum. You are able to learn from this the location of the scrying room. It is in the northmost portion of the fortress, quite close to the northern wall, within the administrative building. With a 22, you are also able to learn the layout of the administrative building, because there is a plan of that. And that I should be able to send you via the chat without too much of a spoiler. So, one moment, I'm going to photograph that.
Cool. Much appreciated.
Those have now been sent.
Yeah, we had a little tech break and Jason sent us maps.
So,
Yep.
so you got two quickly edited versions of those maps that you found. So one of those you can see lays out the fort in general, which has the gate to the gate is to the east. There you've got the admin building to the north. Next to the in between armory and barracks.
Stowers, you probably won't get these as maps because they're little pencil sketches, what the
Yeah,
DM
so-
done, rather than like maps, you know? Yeah.
And you can see there's the little latrine markings off to on the western side, on the left, next to where I marked faintly mess hall, not meth hall. That's different.
That's a different thing.
The other thing, though, is the layout of the admin area. So you can see
what
that
is the thing in the bottom left?
in the bottom left
Barracks.
Of the bigger
barracks.
Barracks.
Yeah,
Barracks.
bottom left is more barracks.
Cool.
Yeah,
There's two different things that are both barracks.
Awesome. That's fine.
Lots of
so
soldiers.
So the plan of the admin section you can see that there's the scrying room like in the centre north of it. Then there's the colonel's office just to the left. To the right is a storage room. You can see that there is a side door that actually gets access into the storage room from the nearby passage, sort of like little corridor that between the admin building and the armory building. There are other offices within this. There is a guard post at the main entryway, and there is a sort of central war room in the middle of a kind of corridor that runs through the building. You also, one more thing that you learn is the existence of something labelled the Mage Cage within the armory. But there are mentions, you know that it's located in the armory, but you aren't able to find a plan for that specifically.
Right.
Cool. But we know where it is in the armory.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been told about that before, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we know it is a thing that they have. We don't know where.
Yeah.
And now you do. All right. Who wants to? I'm going to say that this has taken like a good couple of hours now.
Yeah.
At the end of which there is a knock on the door.
Hello?
There's a squeaking for a moment of the handle. The door opens, and then stepping out of the shadows is Kepri, along with three more forms, that of a cat, a huge fly, and a small toad. Kepri coughs for a moment, takes a little pipe out of his jacket, lights it.
Any luck?
Yeah, honestly, we spent most of the last hour just trying to find you.
Yeah, we probably should have told you our plan.
Sorry, that would have been
for
really
that
helpful,
long
wouldn't
after
it?
you'd gone.
That's all right. We took a look
Well,
around.
good initiative.
Wasn't able to get into the inside much of it, but in terms of the general layout, he fills you in on a lot of the information that you've already gathered in terms of the broad general layout, but wasn't able to get inside. He's also he then gets on to more information. He then continues. However, Other things of note. So they've got a couple of regiments quartered there. Most of them are on the outside. A lot of tents leading up that stretch to the main gate. Reckon there's maybe 1,000 people in total, but most of them are off-duty or non-combatants, camp followers, that sort of thing.
So that's outside. What? Any idea of the numbers inside?
Probably at least 150 active soldiers on the inside, with about that many they could pull in from the outside if it came to it.
Right, so another 300.
Yeah, largely rank and file.
Right.
Didn't see any of those skeleton types in. Looks like the stables are mostly empty. They must be using those elsewhere. The guns are manned, obviously. Did notice a couple of other things. One thing, real obvious, is they got these sort of red lantern type things hung up, burning candles at the main gate and a couple of other the doorways into a couple of the buildings. The ones on the he points to the admin and armory on your map. Yeah, those two. Not 100% sure what the deal with those little red lanterns is.
Oh, we know those.
Yeah.
All right. Did a little bit of listening out. Sounds like you've got some interesting characters in. There's more than one group of mages in there. So it sounds like you've got a group, your diviners. These diviners you're looking for, the Goldhawks. There's also some flashy figures with like a bear's paw crest. Regimental insignia.
Bear paws. Yeah.
And
sorry, with your accent then, I thought you said fleshy figures. I was very interested as to who these fleshy beings were going to be. But please continue.
And also there's actually worth noting, they are doing deliveries of stiffs into the stables.
Ooh. Horrid. That could be helpful, though.
So there's probably some folks. There's probably something going on there. Sounds like they got a couple of the brass in there as well. This colonel, there's a mention of Colonel Tompkins, and some visiting commodore waiting for his ships to arrive. I'm trying to think anything else he would have seen from that. Yeah, they've got guards on all the gates, on the doors, but honestly, the middle of the fort's a bit of a mess. People going in and out of the barracks, the mess hall, that sort of thing all the time. So there's a lot of confusion. There's cargo, supplies and stuff being moved in and out.
Any idea where generally these mages are stationed?
Well, couldn't be 100% sure. Sounds like a lot of the... I definitely heard that the Diviny types were hanging out in one of the northern buildings. But I was able to keep an eye out, and it looks like the officers are mostly bunking in the barracks to the left of admin on the northern side.
All right, good to know.
The officers, so would that include the magical folks, or they're in the north?
Most likely.
You do
generally, the mages hold officers' positions.
Yeah.
Right, so they might be in the barracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not, like, working. Yeah.
I mean, a thing has occurred to me that's really disgusting. there are deliveries of dead bodies being delivered into the
I think
stables,
that's
right?
the way to sneak in.
Yeah.
What if we popped a seeming, which I believe I still have a scroll of somewhere in this bag of monkey shit that lies next to me. I think there's a scroll of... Shut up. I think there's a scroll of seeming in there somewhere. If we disguised ourselves, got some uniforms, and hid under a load of dead bodies,
Yep,
we could
that'd
potentially
work.
get in.
Yep.
I also have a thing.
A thing?
A
What
thing. Yeah. It's in my book, my colouring book. I've never used it because it's weird, quite frankly.
Okay.
And I can make you look like you're dead.
Huh.
Huh.
Okay.
We couldn't look like arson dead.
No, that would be... I mean, it'd be too obvious for a start.
I mean, I just gesture at my hair.
I mean, when I say look like you're dead, I mean, like a doctor could poke and prod you all they liked and you'd be dead and you wouldn't respond.
Ooh. Would that stack with a seeming?
I don't know.
Don't know, but...
Do you have to concentrate on that?
Also, I mean, no. I don't think so. I don't think you do a seeming,
non-seeming,
no. No, you don't.
You would also be, like, unable to move and you'd be unable to see. It's pretty bad.
That makes me feel a
Right,
bit
so-
sick.
So it is functionally, unless examined by someone who has magic, indistinguishable from actually being dead.
Yes.
Maybe that could be
And
our
I-
nuclear option.
And I'd have to touch you to make it go away.
So it would mean that at least you would still have to be conscious.
Yes.
Right. I mean, the mage lights. They're not that strong, right? Like,
I
you
don't
have to
know
be
how
directly
closely
in the
they're-
beam of them for the magic to show up. That's as far as I understand it. DM?
Yeah, and if we're covered up
So
with...
depends if they're in a hooded. If they're in a hood, you can put them in a hooded lantern to get like more range.
If they were just like hanging by a
if they're
doorway,
hanging
though.
by a doorway, yeah, like they have to. You have to get close to them. It depends on whether, and it's if you are directly hit by the light, it seems to show up magical effects from your previous experience with them. Basically, they work a bit like a visible detect magic spell, so they can be blocked by objects and so on.
So if one was, say, under a pile of dead bodies.
If you were sufficiently
Yeah.
under a pile of dead bodies that no part of you was hit by the light,
Yeah,
then you might be able to
you'd maybe get away with it. Yeah.
It would basically depend on your ability to conceal yourself among the dead.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
I-
Corzin might have an ability for that.
Oh, well, yeah,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact. But
Hide in plain sight. That's pretty much what that
Yep.
is.
Pretty much.
Ugh.
Yeah.
if I've got a minute, I can absolutely do that. I like that both of them are options, but I have concerns about two of us being incapacitated functionally if the
Oh, yeah,
if the
that'd
one
be
that
too.
I
isn't
think
is found.
but it
I
might
think
be
it's prob-
it might be good to have as a like last resort if somebody's properly fishing through the bodies.
I can't do it quickly. It's in my colouring book, so it takes me 10 minutes.
I'm not confident I can deal with going into an enemy place completely useless.
Oh no, it's
Yeah.
a terrible thing. I have it, so I had to say
No,
it.
you
No,
did.
it's a good thing, and it may come in handy at some other point.
I'm
It's
just
good
really
to know
not
that you
sure
have
I'm
that.
okay with it in this instance, if I'm honest.
Look, worst case scenario is if we're seeming, then we're all at least fully conscious, and if something does go wrong, we can all act immediately. That is going to be a big factor in this. I
I'm
think.
also open to like any other suggestions other than hiding under a pile of dead
I would
bodies
like to
because it's
note,
terrible.
Just so that you know, Scamp, because I think you just so you're aware of it. The duration is 1 hour or until you touch the target, dismiss the spell, and it blinds and incapacitates you, but does not deafen you.
Oh, that's. Oh, everything
I don't
about
think
it
that's
is
any better.
terrible. That
seems worse.
Jesus.
Magical locked-in syndrome. Ugh.
It is notably a willing creature.
Okay.
I'm not sure you could make Celestia willing.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I think she'd try, but like, ugh. I don't know if even being like, yeah, I'm willing, would actually be willing. You know?
Yeah, it's awful.
It's all the bad
It's
Celestia
one of those spells
things.
that I've had for ages, and I look at it and go, no. Just never.
It's so
I can think of
useful,
about
but like,
five other situations where that would be helpful, but this just probably isn't one.
I can see why you thought of it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I hate that, but I do see why you said it. Also, if anyone has literally any other ideas than hiding under a pile of dead bodies, I'm all fucking ears, because like, it was my first one. It's awful. So if anyone has literally any other way we could do this.
Corzin will turn back to the imps for a moment and said, when you were observing the forces outside, how were they dispersed? Was it just like basically all around the that eastern gate?
The majority. So there's one. Okay. Yeah. So there's at least one full squad of a dozen on the gate at any given time. I didn't stick around long enough to see a guard change. However, there's also at least one full squad per bastion as well. So there is, so they're able to be called in the event the alarm is raised. There are some physical alarm bells as well. One at the gate, one at each bastion, but I reckon shouting will probably draw the attention. It's not that big a location. It did look like there are pairs of guards on each of the main doorways. Mostly they're... it wouldn't be each of the main doorways. There's pairs of guards on 3 of the doorways that I saw. So there's a couple outside the stables, just checking everything that goes through. There's a couple outside the armory, and there were a couple outside that admin building. Although I did see the doors open, and there were more guards inside as well.
All security areas, right.
Looked like the mess hall was a bit more free come and go. Same with the barracks.
Right. This is mortifying, isn't it? Is anyone else horrified?
It's a military installation. It was never going to be a pushover, was it?
No.
If I can get within 500 feet of that sending room, I think I can probably get in.
That's what I was thinking. If we could have
Might be better.
approached from one direction...
I can't bring all of you, though. Bring one person at a time.
The cliff, like the cliffside, is about... I think I've said it's about 180 feet up from sea level.
Okay,
I have a thought. What if... So there's some latrines, right? We love those in plans.
Here's our favourite thing.
What if we sent one of our little excellent friends here up the pipe with some bombs, and while that distraction is happening, we teleport into the sending room, because then hopefully our presence wouldn't alert anyone because they'd already be distracted by the latrines exploding poo everywhere?
I like that. That sounds doable. At the most, though, there's only going to be 1 or 2 people in that sending room, surely.
Well, that's where the diviners need to be to work.
Yeah.
So if they're working, they're in there.
Right.
Is there any
Can't
way
do it
to
anywhere
know
else
when
in
these people work?
Clara sort of frowns and thinks, I mean, I assume they're working all hours.
Surely
Yeah,
there'd be some of
probably
them
on
in the sending
shifts.
room at any point, wouldn't there?
They'd have some on, some off, right?
And I mean, surely people being in the sending room and fucking them up would distract them pretty considerably.
I would say so.
Also, if we... you know what? I like this, because if we stay in the sending room for the whole thing and we need to get out, we can get out.
Yeah.
And that could be a real game changer. Like, we're supposed to fucking run if it looks like we're going to be captured, because that fucks the siege.
Yeah. Alright.
And
so...
we have the circle in our ship. that we can put in our sending room.
Yes.
So technically, we could fuck off if we needed to. If the whole thing's done from the sending room, that might be the best way.
Bearing in mind it takes me a minute to get us out of there.
We've bought you a minute before.
Yeah, we can do it again.
Yeah, and I remember very clearly one time someone literally died.
Yeah.
I don't know that there is a way to make this safer than it is, Scamp.
Okay.
I mean, the safer option is we don't go into the fort and we do it another way. We find a distraction. That's the safe option here. There isn't a safe option if we go into the fort. Let's be real about it.
Yeah.
It'll cost me 4 spells, but I can get us in. Potentially
lot.
unnoticed.
Are we doing the wrong thing here?
The diviners being active during the siege is still something that potentially could shift things in their favour. Mm-hmm. We have to take them out somehow.
We have to try at least.
Are we thinking too directly? Could we do something like one of those enormous illusions to distract them for an hour? That probably wouldn't be that long. There'd be somebody who'd cancel it, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
Yes, probably, if they are as high-level wizards as they are. Because I had thought about that in terms of just putting a like one of your big miles-wide illusions over the bastion itself. But the problem being is anyone who had the ability to dispel it would just dispel it.
Mm.
It wouldn't be a long-term solution.
No,
the only other thing I can think of as a distraction is to give them something that they want to be focusing on exclusively and for a long time. And pretty much the only person I can think of who might be that is Poppy, and we don't want to burn our ace in the hole too quickly.
No, also he wouldn't come today anyway. He's busy.
No.
Yeah.
Alright, so taps her lips with her finger, thinking... They aren't... They won't be using all 6 of them at once. Not until the battle starts. So they're going to be... maybe at most 3-4 of them focusing. If each one of... That means that they have at most 4 things they could focus on. I don't know, if you wanted to cause a distraction, maybe if you had, maybe you could give them things that they couldn't take all of their eyes off.
Well, if the explosion in the latrine is set by all of you, that's going to be at least some of them. If the first reaction they have is find who did that and where they are now, which doesn't seem too unreasonable to me.
Yes, but also the latrines are... This is ridiculous, but the latrines are sanctumed, right?
Yeah.
If you're scrying from within a sanctum to another place
You
within a
wouldn't
sanctum...
scry, you'd
But
just
they're not
send
in the
soldiers to go and look. You wouldn't use the diviners
And
for that.
they're not in the sanctum. They'll be scrying from the scrying room, which is not part of the sanctum.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, I mean, I can't scry on, say, the other end of the ship while we're on it.
Right, okay.
Because we're sanctumed. That's,
Yeah, all right.
it's weird because we're on it, but we are sanctumed. I can't, scry on your study to prank you or whatever.
All right.
As much as I'd love to, but
If we go in and try and do this now, do we have time for a bit of a nap beforehand, or is anything we use up now gone for the big battle?
I mean, there's no point doing it now because we need to do it at 3 a.m. when the soldiers are here.
If you're doing a distraction...
That's if we're distracting.
Yeah.
If we're just trying to kill them, we can do it now.
That's true.
That is true.
Fuck.
Can we get a little nap in? Because if we can, burning through my spells ain't such a problem.
That's true.
It's currently about noon after all of the research you've been doing.
Right.
Clara does make a good point, though, in that if we could somehow do 4 different massive explosions that they all had to look at, that would be distraction. But it has to be distractions for an hour. in 4 places. That sounds kind of nuts as a thing to achieve.
Clara thinks.
I like your thinking, darling, but I'm struggling.
No.
How involved is it for you to scry a thing?
20 minutes.
Involved.
20 minutes for me. I think it might be 10 for other people. Is it?
It's 10 minutes of prep. And
10
then
minutes
10
of
minutes of scribe.
Yeah. 20 minutes. Yeah.
So if we have 12 distractions.
That doesn't actually make it any better, darling. Because then we just think, 4 people can do it 3 times in an hour. That's sort of mental, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe we should just go in and try and fuck up the sending room as much as we can. And then leave.
Yeah. I still like the idea of if we can zip in there and zip out again, just leaving a large barrel of gunpowder behind.
Oh. I mean, that'd be fewer spells.
Be a lot fewer spells, or we could do some of it with gunpowder.
That would be my thought. The main thing we'd want to make sure is that there was no way for them to easily stop it from exploding. But if we can get in and get out, that's how I'd do it.
What? Pop in, put a load of gunpowder down, and pop back out again?
Boom. Yes. Because at the very least, even if it doesn't kill all of them outright, it's put them out of action.
I mean, not for long necessarily, but I mean, how thick are the walls? How much damage is that going to have done if you blow up from directly inside?
Well, let's have a look here. And
Blowing up a
Looking at
wall
the
would help us greatly.
So, looking at the walls, I kind of need... No one's really trained as an architect, but someone can make an intelligence check with advantage, because you got the plans here.
Right, okay.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, such a fucking good thing that had advantage. That's an 18. So
Okay.
not horrific.
So, the interior walls are definitely a lot thinner than the exterior one. The exterior wall is like fucking fortress wall. So you would need to you'd need to pack quite a lot of powder in to blast a hole through that, because it's literally designed to resist cannon fire. The interior walls are a different matter. You would guess from the details of the construction that they're basically, not exactly plasterboard, but the walls.
Single strength walls.
Yeah, these are single strength walls. These are made mostly of wood with some plaster covering.
Right, so if we pack the gunpowder against the outer wall, it's going to direct the blast inwards and probably take down those walls. If those walls collapse, there's no way for them to even access the scrying room anymore.
Hang on. It does occur to me,
Excellent point.
normal people need equipment for scrying.
Yeah.
If we either blow it up or render it useless, that's actually quite a fucker.
Precisely my point. If
Yeah.
they can't get into it, it's useless to them anyway.
We don't even need to hurt them if their equipment's useless,
More
necessarily.
or less. They could still, in theory,
How big's the
use it if they had access to equipment and took it outside the fort, but then they're vulnerable.
It might take them an hour to sort out new equipment.
Easily.
Take them a little while for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
you've
do
seen
this tonight,
scrying
though, we are-
equipment. It tends to be either...
It's quite involved, really, isn't it?
It tends to be pretty involved and pretty expensive looking.
So, actually, what we're currently saying is we don't even need to necessarily worry about hurting these people.
Yeah, so long as we can make the scrying room unaccessible to them.
Yeah, and their equipment buggered. That might actually do
Alright.
it. Maybe the focus needs to be different. We need to... Maybe it's too much to think about, killing loads of people
That's
in
a
a
big
short
word.
time. you know?
All right, we gotta send word to Alton. Get some sappers down here. I want a professional opinion on this.
Okay.
Exactly the right amount of gunpowder we need. Exactly the right place, because we can't afford to bugger this up.
Yes, also we should probably send them, the Halopothis notification.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Clara coughs. Shall I?
And we
run
need a
the
way
message?
of getting within 500 feet of that scrying room.
We do, yeah. Clara,
was
that
that, Clara?
would be amazing if you could do a message, if that's not horrible.
That's fine.
Also, if you've got anything that makes an explosion more fun, I'm just saying.
Oh
now's the
yes,
time.
if you have anything explodey,
Define fun.
more
Fireworks?
force.
Yep.
Or longer duration of burning, or
Yeah, or chain
maybe
reaction,
fun
happy
gases,
goodness,
or,
yeah. More damage.
She.
Even blinding people, actually, that would be quite helpful. If they were blind for a while, that'd be nice.
I might be able to. I can do that. The trick is doing it in a way that won't get the three of you.
always intend to be well gone when the exploding happens.
Preferably, yes.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so my current thinking is
I could
get within 500 feet of the wall,
Yeah.
make me and Corzin invisible,
Right.
have a bag full of bad things,
Yes.
go
Yeah.
in the room, tip the bad things on the floor, Corzin sets a light, and we fuck off.
That sounds amazing.
Sounds good to me.
Yes.
Well, one moment. I'm going to check the
Well, that's
the
3
name.
spells, but you know.
I think it's better than jumping back and forth.
Yeah.
3 spells and 4 sorcery points, but I couldn't do
One
it.
trick. Hopefully.
This is just going to check the classic name for this. I can't actually remember what the name of this is, but I think so. I think she's just going to call it what it is. Just thinks. There is a trick from Olga's notes. It'll blind, and it'll burn, and stick in burning.
Okay.
I could give you some... I think I might have enough for a bag of white phosphorus.
Ooh.
But,
That sounds fun.
That's a good word, yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is not a kind weapon, but it will blind.
Okay.
I don't imagine anything used by Olga would have been a kind weapon, but
No.
I mean, my brain's suggesting all sorts of terrible things to include in this pile of explosives that Scamp is never going to do.
So we've already aired one war crime option today.
I mean, let's not put a bag of nails in there.
Oh,
Just saying.
God.
Let's not do that.
yeah, no.
I mean,
Wow.
No, bag of nails is an obvious choice, and indeed,
Yeah, it's a
Um,
really obvious choice. It's a very effective, awful, awful choice.
I'm actually going to say that Clara does run off, and after about a further half hour or so, you do get an orc, a team or an orc and about 3 more halflings come in. The orc in question is a sort of yellow-grey skinned woman, quite built, with a pitch black sort of top knot. She kind of looks over as you explain the situation. She kind of nods and introduces herself as hello, Jules. Used to did some mining work.
Hello, Jules. Thank you for coming over.
It's all right.
Pleased to meet you. Now, we'd like your considered professional opinion on this.
She takes a look at the plans. Then, if your interest is the interior walls, yes, I don't know how you're going to get them in here. Ideally,
That's all right, we'll
Leave
figure
that to
everything
us.
out.
Yeah.
Ideally, what we want is 4. You're going to want at least 4 kegs. She points to the 4 corners of the room. This is where, if you put them here, 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 and here, it's going to blow out the supporting pillars at the southern edge. As well, on the northern edge, it will ricochet back and take out the walls, as well as anything in this office or the storage area. There's a good chance of striking as well. That if your goal is to bring the roof in, I'm going to recommend that you put these kegs in some sacks filled with a little grape shot, if you have it, or roofing nails will work as well. Because so that you can direct the so that there's a bit more punch beyond just explosive force if you're looking to do real damage here. I don't know how you're going to get in there, given that you'll need to fight your way in through this whole mess, but
Again,
We have our ways.
you're all right. We've got ideas.
better yours than me. Yeah, we can prepare you up some kegs. These are kind of like gestures with her hands. These are pretty hefty sort of affairs. So,
What sort of size are we talking?
she gestures with her hands. It's enough that you could fit these comfortably into Scamp's one per Scamp's bag of holding.
Cool.
Right, okay.
So it depends how many bags of holding Scamp currently has. Other ones you're going to have to carry under an arm.
Oh no.
Basically.
Right.
Jason, it's been months and I can't remember.
You have at least 3.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. I love
From
you.
Corzin
memory,
has 2 arms.
you have at least 3.
Cool. Could we just, have 4 and use them all up?
No, because you lost. You had 4. And
okay.
you actually blew one up.
Oh, I can make more though. If
Yeah,
Can you
it
make
is
one?
fine.
Yeah.
The point is that if you need to make more than 3, it will cost you spells.
Cool.
But you have 3 of those as it stands. It is an action to get them. It is potentially an action to place these, though.
Okay.
If you're getting them out of the bag.
Right.
So it's you
At
can
which
place
point they'll
and
become visible.
you can place and light in the same action. It is worth noting. But yes, I mean they'll be visible the moment you bring them out of the fucking bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean placing them. I'd say putting them down is an action that would probably not break invisibility, although the appearance of a sudden keg, might. But lighting them definitely.
Oh,
will break
this is greater. I've only got greater
So
invisibility.
could
anyway.
you...
Oh, well, it wouldn't break yours.
Yeah, could you put one down and light it in the same action?
Yes, it's
Cool.
an action to place and stuff.
Place and light as an action. Cool.
They can make now. We can cut the fuse cords to whatever lengths you need. It depends how short you want to make them. So, in theory, we could do them as short as 6 seconds if you for one you knew was the last one you were going to place, and then we're going to run like the Dickens. But
Makes sense.
it depends. But obviously, as long as they're burning for, the longer there is a chance of someone getting in and cutting the cord.
Shorter is probably better, isn't it?
Yeah, especially
Just,
if we're intending for them all to go off at once.
My advice would be, though, once you have these lit, run.
Yeah, be
Because
somewhere
it's good
else very
advice.
fast.
if the explosion doesn't gut you, the falling timbers are going to trap you in place.
Yep. Yeah, quite right.
So, do you think it might be worth having a distraction before we set them? Just trying to reduce the number of people who might be in the room.
I think that's sensible, yes.
Like an
At the-
exploding toilet, for instance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or a person who had been told very firmly to do something weird outside the door.
Yep, that'd work too.
I can tell people to do things.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. It sounds like we've got the beginnings of a
Right.
solid plan
Just
here.
let us know exactly how long you want these fuses cut to.
Okay.
Can they all be sort of attached up so that we just need to light one thing?
Then they'd have to be longer, wouldn't they? Because
But
they'd be in the
if-
corners
Yeah,
of the
they would.
room. I worry about them putting them out.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
thinks about this. I mean, it's certainly possible, but this is a say like fucking 25-foot on a side room. Like broadly squared, say 25 foot on a side. So she thinks yeah, it would be quite a long fuse though. I mean, we could make fuses that burn quick, but that's got to take, even if you lit in the center, that's got to take at least 18. I think probably the quickest I could make it.
That's too long.
Seconds. Yeah, basically 3
If one of
rounds.
them exploded, would that set the others off?
In a room that small.
Not reliably. Okay, so
Like maybe, but not
this
quite.
is a percussion. So we're using black powder, which is a percussion-based explosive. It's both combustion and combustion-based explosive. But the fuses are designed to set these kegs off reliably.
Yeah.
The blowback back from another explosion might set them off. It might not set. It might mean an incomplete burn rather than the single big explosion you're after. It gets unpredictable at that point.
Okay. What would you be able to light the fuses for them from a distance by chucking like a bit of magic fire at them?
I mean, if you can do magic fire, yeah, probably. I don't know. This is sort of outside my wheelhouse.
So if I was stood next to one, me and Corzin was stood next to one and lit one, and then I chucked 3 lots of magic fire at each of the others.
I mean, yeah, if it's actual fire, probably.
Actually, I
Can
can
you
only do
do-
2 at a time.
I mean, that's okay though.
Yeah.
It's not just
Even
you in there,
that
but
takes a bit
you
more
could light
effort.
2 at once.
Yep.
And then Corzin could be on.
I mean,
The
you
other
don't have to
ones?
cut these all to the same length. If you want us to cut one to say 12 seconds, 2 of them to 12 seconds and 2 of them to 6 seconds.
That makes more sense. If you've got
No.
2 that are slightly longer, 2 that are the same but shorter.
It's up
Can you
to
make
you.
ones that are hard to put out?
I mean, no. I mean, they're waxed, so they don't. But frankly, if someone can get close with a knife before it blows up, you can just cut the fuse.
Oh, that's true.
Kind of hard to avoid that happening.
Corzin, you have silence, don't you?
Yep.
And they'll fuck Scamp, never mind.
Oh yeah, don't do that. We'll be there forever.
I was thinking the noise of the fuses, but no, that'll be a real fucking problem.
There'll be the visual if there's anyone in the room. These things are gonna appear.
Well, all right. How about then? No, the fuses on these, and he gestures to the bombs, are just going to be no different than if we had fuses on the actual kegs themselves.
How big are these things? Can we make them put them behind a table and maybe people won't immediately spot them?
Ooh, so the kegs are they are the size of beer kegs. Mm-hmm. So you could fit them under a table, depending on how well you hid them. Might make a difference as to whether they were spotted. Mm-hmm. The important thing is that you get them as close to the corners of the room.
As you can.
So
As
if
you
the
can.
tables aren't in the right place, that won't help.
Which they may or may not be. You don't know what the interior of the shrine
know.
looks like.
I mean, plus it's 50-50. If they see a keg of what looks like black powder already lit, most sane people are gonna just run.
Yeah. Also, they're not particularly combat mages, are they?
No, I mean they can probably handle
Oh,
themselves.
I imagine
but
they can.
Even that,
But I don't think they.
even that, they're probably gonna just run.
I would.
Yeah.
I could make it dark. That might
That's
be
true.
difficult for us to get out, because we wouldn't see anything. But neither would they.
I mean, with suggestion, I could probably set up some sort of distraction. If we manage to snag a random soldier,
Yeah.
I could probably get them to do something pretty weird outside that room. Or possibly at the other end to where the latrines were. We could potentially have 2 distractions going on at the same time. Because I think as few people in that room as possible would be really helpful, right?
That could help, yeah.
Essentially. I've also got, like, I can just tell them to do stuff magically. That may or may not work. But might buy us a bit of time.
I hate you
Bit of
two being
time
on
is
your own
all
in this
we'll
plan,
need.
but I can't see another way to do it.
I can't easily bring you in.
No, it's
It's
not worth
the-
the spells.
Yeah, no, it is unfortunately, it's the simplest and most effective uses of the resources we have.
Yeah. Is there a way to know if you're in trouble?
Well,
I mean, how far away will you be?
I mean, I don't know. It depends how close we can get, you know? Is getting within 500 feet difficult?
Looking at the map you have, and with the comments of the imps, I mean, if you went to literally like the bottom of the water at the bottom of the cliff, you'd be
That would be
within
500 feet.
I mean, yeah, the water at the bottom of the cliff is like 200-ish feet down, allowing for like, you know, Pythagoras and so on.
what's the range of the sending stones again?
Like 100 feet, I think.
500, isn't
Oh,
it?
Oh, is it 500? I said
in which
100,
case, then.
but...
I think it's like... I think the sending stones are like a 500-foot range.
Oh, cool.
That does ring a bell.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking like that would be the obvious.
We set this so long ago.
It's like ages. It does also occur
There's
to me that I
also
have a climber's kit.
message. You also have message, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I do have
If we're
message.
using evolving cantrips, that's up to 300 feet.
We are using evolving cantrips.
Okay.
Yeah, so at this level, you could message as often as you fucking liked.
Yeah, that's all we'd need.
That would do. I could potentially be halfway up the cliff. Or something like that. I don't know.
I mean, you want to be... If we're getting it there by water, we're going to need someone in the boat. Like,
Yeah.
we want you in a boat. We want to be ready to leave.
True.
Yeah, pretty sharpish.
If you're halfway up a cliff, we've got to get you down a cliff.
Yeah, let's not do. I'll be the getaway driver, I guess. Yeah, but I mean,
yeah,
suggestion
you can
lasts for
message
ages.
constantly.
Yeah, I can message constantly. Suggestion lasts for ages, so I could set somebody before I get into the boat to do something at a specific time
Yeah.
when we think you'll be up
Okay.
there. I don't know
can
what.
also-
I haven't decided yet.
We can also send our little friends up the toilet with
Yeah.
a long fuse
Yes.
so
The
that they don't get also blown up.
you hear a voice go like say, Capri can take that first. He's always down for a shitty thing. The orc looks around but can't seem to see who said that. There's just a cat lounging on one of the bookshelves. Sorry, did someone say that? What?
Don't worry about that.
Right.
Weird echoes in this building. Could have been
Yeah.
anyone anywhere.
Yeah, who knows?
It's the conical roof.
Yep.
Yep. Conical.
I'm happy to roll a deception check
Good
on
work,
that.
They're just too bewildered. Like, you can tell
Fine.
that Jules, she's heard magic is involved, and that's enough. She's just like, no.
I am not paid enough for this.
It's like, I am a mining engineer. I do not care about like this. I am leaving all of this to you.
Fair. Cool, okay. Moving on.
So we need something that would be exploding a toilet as well. With a
Yes.
good long fuse. If we set it, ask them to do it at a specific time.
Ideally, a very long fuse that could go down a pipe, say. Mind you, pipe's wet, so maybe not.
Bit of conversation between the different ones. Like, Actually, that's like I told you, we have waxed fuses specifically.
Oh,
for
right.
this.
Clever.
But what sort of dimensions are we talking? You discussed the dimensions of the tube. They could do you a sort of custom one. Basically, if you just need I think cardboard wouldn't be ideal, but we're bound to have a wooden tube we could use. Or maybe an old set of old tins packed together? Yeah, those would work. Okay. We could get you, we could make you a sort of latrine blaster. You pushed it up the hole, far enough.
Oh, excellent.
Right, that sounds...
Nice long fuse, like a string that you would put...
Nice long thing to put in the hole. Yeah.
You've got a cardboard device with a long string coming out. Are you making a tampon?
A bomb.
Giant explosive
A bomb tampon. Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent.
A tamp bomb.
A tamp bomb. Oh, I was trying for the wordplay and I couldn't get it. And I'm so glad that you did. I was there like, I know there's wordplay and I can't do it.
Okay.
This is shaping up to be a plan, right?
Clara has
Yes.
the 4 balusters.
Yes.
Definitely want to put some phosphorus in that one.
Mm-hmm.
For one thing, less chance of hurting people than the other ones, but also that'll keep it burning.
Ah.
That's true.
Could we put a bit of phosphorus in the other ones as well?
I should be able to put a bit in if you want, yes.
What do you both think? Is it better to just put that in the bogs or try and...
The longer it's burning, the more people they've got to dedicate to getting it put out.
Oh, it will make it harder to put out if there's phosphorus in it.
Yes.
That's smart.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, because I've seen what phosphorus can do. It's nasty. That stuff will burn underwater.
Yeah. My distraction will probably be along the lines of somebody standing on a table in the mess hall and like praising the revolution or something. I don't know.
I mean, I think that sounds pretty great.
Yeah,
Yep.
or even just
Works.
singing non-stop revolution songs, possibly. I don't know. Like something. I have to make it sound reasonable, so we'll probably have to tell them it's a prank or something. But
Yeah.
yeah, we'll figure
We're
it out.
testing the response of the guards,
Yes,
and it'll be
it's a
absolutely
security
fine.
check. That's what it is.
Yeah, and
sounds
they're
like-
involved in a secret, a spot check.
That's very clever.
It sounds like you have a plan of sabotage. The last question for you to think to work out is then as well as what length you want your fuses, is when you're going to do this. Are you going to do it during the distraction window, shortly before, during the daytime? What time do you want to do this for best effect?
So I have 2 concerns. I'll do this in character, actually. Why not? 2 concerns with time.
Yeah.
Only 2.
Yes, we're doing well. I think that's a good sign. So,
Yeah.
first concern. If we do it hours beforehand, will they still be distracted when the soldiers are coming in? Is a concern I have. Second, if we do it at the time that the soldiers are coming in, Scamp's used up a lot of shit,
Yep.
quite
I
frankly.
think probably we want to err on the side of doing it before the soldiers are due to arrive. If we do it properly, they aren't going to be able to access the room when the soldiers do arrive, and Scamp has more time to recover.
I think I agree. I think that's better. Also, we have
Possibly
time to
fuck it up,
recover
we get a
if
second attempt.
stuff goes wrong and we get injured.
Precisely. Yeah.
We've got sleep that we can have.
Yep.
Or at least a bit of a sit down
Yeah.
before we attempt something else in the night.
I don't think that doing it before nightfall is going to make all that much of a difference, and possibly it's best not to. Would be much, much easier to sneak up to the fort once night's fallen.
Yeah.
But after that,
Yeah. But that won't give us long enough to rest.
It
will
won't. It's not. That kind of
time's
defeats the
nightfall?
whole point. Yeah.
Nightfall falls, because we're pretty near the equator. I think we said that before, that night falls. At the moment is falling around 7 o'clock.
Okay.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
We can breathe underwater.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Should we just walk?
Can do. As
Rather
long
than
as we
having
can
a
keep
boat that's
everything we
visible.
need to dry. Yes.
That might work better, right?
And put all our stuff in bags.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to make sure all that stuff's in bags, but otherwise, yeah. Plus the fact they'll be looking for a boat. They won't be able to see us if we're wandering along the ocean floor.
They can give you
They
some...
don't have an army of the undead on the floor or anything, do they?
I think we rather got rid of that.
Oh, so that was
But we know they've been recruiting.
Yeah, we can give you some waterproofed bags. I just if you triple sealed them, just the moment I can't guarantee how well the seals will hold up once they've been opened. So just don't open them.
Don't open them until we need them. Okay.
Got it.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Trying to think of anything else.
So we got a time, we got a place, we got a plan.
Yes.
I think that's...
So the time is soon, really, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, let's get everything prepared that we need to.
Oh, Corzin, you had a hilarious idea the other day as well. the doll of disturbance.
Right,
Do we want to get one of the little demon friends to put that somewhere just for fun?
Yes, we do.
Actually,
While they're in
that'd
there.
be a brilliant idea. Okay, first of all, I was actually going to suggest, we know... actually, and he turns again to the imps, like, would you be able to describe what the Colonel was wearing in detail?
Yeah, I think I could. Give me a moment.
Right.
I've got some paper. Thanks.
Certainly, yeah.
Give me that charcoal.
Is he good at drawing?
Okay, so I haven't done this
see.
in a while. It's a weirdly, slightly. It's bizarre. It's a stylized 2D depiction of, like, in profile of the Colonel. Both hands visible, all 10 fingers visible. But the uniform is drawn with all of the details pretty accurately depicted. Kind of with Kepri
Is it
pointing.
drawn in a sort of like hieroglyphic?
It's literally a hieroglyphic style.
That's cool.
of a,
With, like, the eyes that aren't in profile.
of an 18th century Colonel's
That's
uniform.
amazing. I love that.
Okay, so there's a friend of mine I think you ought to meet.
You're saying this like we know who that is, and we don't, cause him. What are you thinking here?
If we can get Fighty to knock us up a little miniature version of this for the doll, hide it somewhere. If anyone finds it, the first thing they're going to think of is, oh, it looks like the Colonel.
I mean,
Let's not even hide it. Let's put it somewhere really obvious.
hysterically funny.
Yeah.
I could give it to my soldier friend that I'm planning on making.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm going to find
more
this
fun
person.
if it just appeared in the middle of the courtyard. 'Cause
You know,
we
it
have
really
some
would,
Lovely
actually.
invisible friends.
Let's do that. That's better. In the middle of the courtyard that everyone has discussed is kind of a mess and people come and go and like all that stuff. Yeah. What time is it? Do we have time for Fighty to make a tiny general uniform?
Can we
Fighty
hang it
find
from a
out.
door?
Fighty's
Like nail
nice,
it to a
Fighty.
door.
Fighty could make that in like 3 hours flat.
Yes, but do we have 3 hours? Like, what
I mean,
time is it?
it's-
Now, I've watched the
It's-
sewing bee, and they do some pretty fat... It is hand sewing, but...
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Fighty can hand sew supernaturally fast, but I'm going to say, I mean, it's like approaching 1 in the afternoon now, so if
How
you're...
long is it going to take us to get our gunpowder together?
it's probably them, it'll take them at least an hour to prep
I mean, that gives us
Right.
You could set up at
then
4 o'clock.
12 hours until Leah's troops even arrive, so we'll definitely
Yeah.
have time to rest,
Yeah.
like before the siege tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just go and find him and ask him to make us a tiny general uniform.
I think that's probably what I do.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious. Also, at some point, in those 3 hours, I need to make a friend.
Yes, do you need any help with that?
I don't know. I mean, we need to find someone who's not particularly heavily guarded.
A note of suggestion, right?
Yeah.
Up to 8 hours with concentration, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Let me check that it's concentration. It is concentration, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But I'm also not really going near any action. Fingers crossed. So,
Yeah.
might be okay. We'll see.
Would possibly one of the better places to find such a person be like one of the patrols that's outside the city?
There are indeed plenty of patrols on the other side of the river.
Because in the natural course of things, they're going to end up back at the fort at least once today.
Yeah.
It's like separating out someone. That's the tricky part.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need someone on their own, really. Let's see what we can find. At worst, we only get one distraction.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
Yeah. And if that doesn't work, we can at least ask one of our friends here to fly it in.
Oh, yeah, no, I think the doll should be them flying it in anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the doll. I was just trying to make noise in
I
another
see
place.
what you mean.
Yeah.
Yes. No, you're quite right. All right.
If you would like me to cut a long story short,
Yeah.
we can slightly abstract some parts of what comes next.
Yeah.
So messages are sent to Fighty, information about setting up this tiny uniform.
Also a present office.
Information
Yes, can we
passed-
send that
yes,
message
passed
to Alton to
Alton,
send to
yeah,
everyone?
saying that
Yeah.
to hail up office when the miracle
I'm
happens.
sure he's mortified.
Including like our ships and things, and the reinforcements coming into the city.
Yeah, and also, can we tell them to prepare for light changes as well? Tell them to prepare for the fact that it might go dark.
Alton
Yeah.
has some of the clerics answering to him make a sending with that information out to the
Frame it like it's an illusion. It'll worry people less.
Yeah.
The sappers get ready, start preparing your explosives. Can I ask for, I suppose, in a broad sense, how would you like to go about finding your patsy?
I mean, what I would love is my ideal scenario would be a soldier having a drink on his own in a pub, but that's not going to happen.
So,
Or I don't know, somebody like some sort of strange loner type
I should say, rather,
who's
how would you-
preferably not at work. Like, that would be ideal.
Okay,
Like,
so
I don't know.
you really want to try and find an off-duty soldier.
Yeah. Well, I don't want him to be going around on a patrol where he's going to be missed if
Well, the
possible.
good news is, Guernsey is occupied territory. But there are still people there, and there are still people, like there were bars there, and there are people servicing those needs. And importantly, as the day is not yet, the day is currently clear, you are able to perceive the. You are able to, you're able to keep an eye across the river for people doing. So you are able to spot one of the active bars without necessarily immediately having to approach. I would like to begin with then, because you're going to need to get close enough. I'd like a stealth check from at least Celestia and anyone else going with
I'm
it.
just going to do a little group checking. Gang, is this a really bad idea? Like, should we not do this? Should we just stick to the two distractions? What do you
Well,
think?
If we're helping you,
Yes, but also I'm aware that they're looking for us specifically as targets, and all we might do here is give away the time that we're planning a thing.
I mean, if the spell doesn't take, what
We're
then?
fucked.
Because they'll know.
Yeah.
They'll know what you told them to do.
Yeah, they will. Shall we leave
See?
this? This just suddenly feels really bad. Because I'm see, Celestia kind of like levels with you. You see, I'm trying to think of a way how to set up this suggestion that's logical, but when it comes down to it, I'm sort of an assassinatable threat with rainbow hair. I
it's not just the hair these days.
No, it's
pretty much rainbow.
The veins, the eyes, everything. And I actually can't think of a way to be me and give this instruction in a way that would be even vaguely plausible, and in a way that he wouldn't report it to some capacity. If I was someone else, sure. But
even then...
Yeah. I think maybe this is a terrible idea. Maybe this is a time to be sensible.
Here.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to do it. If there is anyone else who has that same ability, might have better luck with it.
You know what? I think we're just going to give away the time. That's what worries me.
All right.
You know what? We've got an exploding toilet.
Let's leave it at the exploding toilet. Yep.
You've got a doll, creepy doll.
Yep.
You have some plans laid in motion. All right then, you're lost. So, final decision is to make then is how long do you want these fuses? You got four.
Like not long, I think.
4 bombs. Give me how many rounds you want on the
Like,
the
how
tanks.
hard are they going to be to light? Is this going to be a skill check to light the thing?
No. Basically, if
Okay.
you are next to it and you have matches, which the sappers provide, you can...
Sharing my...
What about 2 with 2 rounds and 2 with 1 round?
That would be
Yeah.
my instinct,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Because then you
12
can go
seconds
light,
to
light,
6.
out.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got 2 with 12 seconds, 2 with 6 seconds. They raised some eyebrows at those short fuses, but they cut them as you ask. Okay, you have your preparations in place.
We're faster than we look.
And next up, we're going to figure out, we'll see how well your raid carries off. After these, no doubt important messages.
So I know what you're thinking. Who is this poppy guy, and why should I be considering him as my daddy of choice? Well, let me tell you, buddy. When it comes to sartorial elegance, there is absolutely no daddy finer. You can minister to the faithful whilst also looking and feeling like $1,000,000 crowns. But divinity ain't measured in coin, it's measured in faith. So everybody say it with me now. Hail Apophis.
And welcome back. So, you make your preparations. A tiny colonel's outfit is sewn for
Yes.
for the doll of disturbance. The
It's
tamp
delightfully
bomb
sinister.
is prepared. The specifications ready to be shoved up the explosive tube, shoved up the latrine tube by one of the imps. A second imp will deliver Artelone, the doll of disturbance, into the camp at the same time, just so that it can be found and then not disappear and just start being really quite distracting.
Well, I've just realised that with prestidigitation you can mark something
Yep.
for like an hour.
Yeah.
Yep.
I could write something bad on the doll of disturbance that will disappear.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, you can.
What should we write?
Have fun with that.
Right.
Have a thought about that ahead of time.
You when you're sleeping.
I was just thinking Tompkins is dead.
That's
Just write
pretty
it on
good,
there. Freak him out.
Okay. So we'll say you add that to your roster of plans. The last thing to ask is what you have. Like by the time all of the preparations are done, it's about 4 in the afternoon. So you have up to 11 hours before the 1 hour window starts. When do you want to pull this?
I mean, definitely in enough time that we can get a rest before the battle.
Yeah, I think sooner rather than later.
Sooner, yeah.
I would like a nap.
Like,
Once we're ready, we should
like
go.
9 hours before?
Yeah.
I mean, is there any reason not to just go for it in case we completely screw things up?
You know what, if we just go for it, we've got time to maybe do something else, haven't we?
Yep.
It's worth noting the sun will have set by around 7 o'clock. So if you want to wait till dark, you could go at like 7 or 8, or you can go now in the late afternoon.
I think undercover at night is going to be better.
Dark might
Does it
help.
make any difference? Like, why is it going to make a difference?
We
Harder
are
to spot
planning
in
on-
general.
I mean, you two are planning on being invisible and we're planning on approaching under the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be invisible the whole time, unless I drop concentration, which is entirely possible. But yeah, I'm not planning on being visible. And inside, the lights will be on. What with
True.
the windows.
Yeah, and you're not planning on flying to approach. Yeah, I can't really see any... You make a good point. I can't really
Okay.
see any difference it would make. Maybe we should just do it.
All right.
Okay. The four imps kind of look at each other. They're also presumably on your, have come onto the ship with you to finalise these
Yep.
plans. And Kepri, the scarab-esque imp, shrugged, says, "All right, we'll go with you to the base of this cliff. Fade out of sight for a while until we're there. Make sure we've got our explosive. We've got this creepy doll. Have you still got it?" One moment. It's like,
Don't lose it.
say, "Tara, you still got it?" "Yeah, it's right. Shit, where is?" Oh,
Keep it in a box if you have to.
Yeah.
It's just on a crate nearby, staring at you.
Yeah, it does that.
Nice. Kind of creepy.
Just get rid of it as soon as you can, yeah?
Okay, as picks it up. "Keep an eye on you, little creepy little colonel." The doll says
We
nothing.
should have like a chain of messages to get you to know when to set off the toilet bomb.
Yes. You two could message me and I'll message them. I can't message them because they'll be in a sanctum.
But we can have someone on the outside that can like literally say, "Now is a good time."
That's true.
What if, Bufo there's gonna push your tamp bomb up the flue.
Are we really calling it that? Amazing.
You're the ones who called it that.
Yep.
Tara's gonna drop it in, but we can just wait invisibly outside the limit of the walls
And then let
until
them
we get
know.
the message,
Yes,
and then
let's
we'll
do that.
go in and
Right.
take from there.
I will be message person
Yeah.
that sends the
Excellent.
messages. Yes.
Right.
Lovely.
And if you do that right before we go, like,
Yeah.
do we want the bomb to go off about the same time we're going in, or
Ideally, enough time that people can start responding to it.
Okay. Well, looking at the length of that pipe, how much? This is a good question. How much fuse do you want to give the tamp bomb? Like, how many rounds from when it's lit to when it blows?
Just enough for the people who set it to get to cover would be enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Bufo's going to say, like,
because if we're not going in until it goes off.
Yeah.
you could give me, like, I can crawl pretty hard, but these things, it's a shape. This thing's gonna go off in a tube. Can you give me, like, I don't know, 18 seconds?
Yeah, you want to
seems
avoid
reasonable.
as much blowback as you can.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Great.
So 18 seconds on that fuse. So 3 rounds on the tamp bomb. So equally, look at the things. Looking at the length of that tube as well, it's probably going to take me a good 12 seconds or so just to climb up there and get it into place from when you send the message.
So, about 40 seconds after I send the message to you, they should go in-ish.
Yeah, they're about.
Great.
That's when you'll hear it go off.
We should probably hear it.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. We're only going to have a minute of invisibility.
All right. Well, that should be plenty if if everything goes to plan.
I think we send the message, hear the bomb, and the second you hear the bomb, you go in.
Yep.
Well, I need to cast the invisibility
Yeah.
and then go in, so it'll be a good... it'll be another 6 seconds-ish.
That's
Right.
doable. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that sounds okay.
Yeah. Between that and the doll, hopefully it should provide us the cover we need.
I don't
Yeah.
think the doll's going to be a big distraction. I think it's going to be an ongoing one.
It's
Yeah.
just fuckery that'll go on for a while, yeah.
Hey, every resource they're dedicating to figuring out what the hell is up with that is not one they can bring to bear on us.
Oh yeah, no, I love it.
Especially if we manage to drop it somewhere that doesn't really have a lot of mages in it, that would be ideal. Because they'll be a while.
Oh, do you think if we dropped it near the stable it would frighten the horses?
No, I think you need to be
The
intelligent.
horses aren't... Yeah, I think the horses aren't going to be smart enough to be freaked out. They're just going to be like...
Might just chew
it's
on it.
like not food. Okay.
I reckon the explosions are probably going to be more scary to the
That's
horses.
a point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Probably,
you're
yeah.
right. You're absolutely right.
They're not fans of noises, are they?
No.
I feel like we're just
Good eating,
stalling
though.
now, aren't we? We're stalling
like we
because
might
we're
just go
nervous.
All right, let's ship
go.
out.
Yes.
The 4 imps, Celestia and Scamp, they seem to like blend into the shadows, and they do. But Corzin, you can kind of still see them in a sort of half their translucent sort of form.
Yes, because ethereal plane,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you're
Right,
able
yeah.
to. They don't quite look the same as when something's in the full-on in the cold world. It's more like you can tell that shadows are wrapped around them.
I always imagine the ethereal plane as a little bit like when Frodo puts the ring on.
Yeah. It's somewhere between. Viewing it from this side, it's somewhere between that and the other side from Stranger Things.
The upside down.
The upside
Right,
down.
yeah.
The upside down.
Well, you can hear Winona Ryder in the background.
But yeah, even if you're not specifically looking at the cold world, you'd still see like an echo of it. In this case, it's more like they're on this side, but you can weirdly tell that you can see where they've pulled shadows that should be resting naturally around them. Like they're invisible close.
It doesn't have
to
the
you.
vague smell of Camel cigarettes and amazing acting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you all have water breathing. The imps just fly above.
Yep.
So you slip into the water and begin the process of swimming round out the
How many
docks.
bags do I need to make for our bombs?
Oh, yeah, no, that's the thing that we would be doing here.
Yeah, you
One
set-
extra.
One
Because you
extra.
have 3 already.
You have 3 already.
Do the imps need one?
The
Can they
imps
carry
are
the
carrying
tank
it in. Are carrying the tank bomb in their hands because it is small enough to fit up the latrine tube. Is small enough for them to just carry two-handed.
Right.
So that is a 3rd level spell gone.
There'd have to be like enough space in one of those bags for Corzin's gunpowder weapons, but that's easily
Oh, yeah.
doable.
What? Wouldn't
That's
they
a
just
good
be on
point.
you?
Well, yeah, but if we're going under the water, they wouldn't.
Oh,
be
yeah, no,
functional.
fair.
But we're not leaving the bags. We're tipping the bags' contents
Yeah.
out, so that's fine.
In which case,
Yeah.
you may potentially want to create an extra bag so that you've got
Potentially.
one just for Corzin's things.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Yeah. Shall I do that?
It's probably worth it.
It's a 2nd, 3rd, but yeah.
Hopefully we'll get sleep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna write a bag of holding tally.
Okay. So
Good
Corzin,
shout.
you definitely now have a bag, a water-sealed bag, with your dry powder and weaponry in. Although your
Excellent.
sacks, although your sabers are just on you.
Yeah.
All right. You swim out into position. It's going a fair bit below the surface. You see the dappled light of day filtering down through the water from above, passing some mildly bemused looking schools of fish. You see a couple of you actually see a couple of small wrecks on the harbour floor as well. Nothing really exciting, just small fishing boats and the like that have gone astray. You can actually, at one point as you're swimming out, you see, still being like covered up by the sediment, like a small sort of furrow created from the time that a horde of the living dead just walked across the seafloor.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. The pathway won't last much longer. It's already nearly gone.
That's
But
a
it-
point, though. Are there any
still
other
lasts.
like evidence of bodies down here?
Roll a. Oh. Suppose it would be a choice. Yeah. Perception or investigation, your choice.
Okay, sight-based. Yeah, I'll go with perception. All right, that is a 24.
I'll say that you don't spot any signs of clusters of the undead waiting down here, as far as you can tell. You do notice what seems to be a handful of ribs poking out of the silt at one point.
Ribs. Okay.
Just like they look kind of humanoid ribs,
Right.
slightly
Yeah.
scattered.
Okay.
Up to you if you want to investigate that or not.
Little look.
Yeah, if it's not too far off our beaten track, yeah, I'll go and.
Yeah,
hold
it's
it.
a
I don't
slight
want to poke
diversion.
it or anything, but I want to have a look.
Okay, getting up close and taking a look, you can see what looks like, some ribs half buried in the silt, a couple of bumps that might be other bits of bone. You'd have to dust the silt away a little bit to see in more detail or
A
disturb
little
it.
prestidigitation. I don't touch it.
Okay. It's as ever. It's weird casting underwater because
Yeah.
you kind of have to make the sounds. But the rainbow spirit flutters down and pushes away like a little cloud of silt, which slowly sweeps away. You find much of a skeleton. Head is missing, which is probably the reason it hasn't come back.
That's usually good, right? If the head's
Yeah,
missing.
yeah. And what looks like where the shins, interestingly though, terminate not in ragged remnants of boots, but in what appears to be a block of concrete.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Okay.
There is also, you do find a tarnished silver chain with locket on the end, tangled around the collarbone. If you particularly want to take that.
A side quest.
A
Yes,
locket.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take it. Did it
Okay.
open?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. Do you want to open it underwater?
Probably
No.
not. No.
Okay.
Yeah, probably a
It's got
good
like a
idea
piece
not
of
to.
hair or something in it. We don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. You've acquired the drowned.
The side quest
person's
locket. Yeah.
locket. Someone, please make a note that you have a drowned person's tarnished silver locket from.
Yeah, Bobs, did you say you wanted to take that?
I mean, in general, we should take it. I will write it down though.
I will also write it down, and then we all know we've got it. You know.
Yep.
Okay. So one of the two of you, please make a note there is only one, has a.
Bob said it first, so
Doc
Scamp
has a
has
silver
it. Yeah.
tarnished silver locket from Newmont Bay.
Yeah.
Potential, maybe side quest hook, maybe just sad little remnant acquired. You continue onwards, swimming along and hugging the coast, and once or twice popping up, taking a measurement of where you are, and then continuing on. Because you're moving stealthily, then under the water, and it's about it is a mile upriver. Up coast, I should say. I'm going to say it takes you a fair bit of time. You're approaching 5 o'clock by the time you surface.
That's a point, actually. How dark is it down here?
I mean, you're not too far from the coast, so the deepest you're really going is 20, 30 feet down.
Okay, right.
So, light enough that you can...
With sea daylight.
You can see daylight, yeah, definitely.
Right, yeah.
And also not so deep that you need to be taking, Ben's pills.
That's a good to know.
Yes.
Good to know.
You'll surface it, taking care to surface slowly. You've done this before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, speaking of surfacing, you emerge, treading water at the base of the cliffs. It's quite choppy here.
I'm actually not sure we would emerge.
Okay. Well,
I think we'd stay under and talk to each other through message.
At least one of you needs to briefly emerge and check you're in the right place.
Yeah, we do that.
Yeah.
So I'll say, Corzin can stick a finger up.
Yeah, that's what I will do. Sort of periscope style.
Periscope style, you just put a hand up and peer out, and with the eye in the palm of your hand, you're able to see that yes, you have emerged
You can't see me, but for the benefit of everyone, I'm miming that right now.
Yay!
in the somewhat choppy waters below the cliff. The cliff itself stretches some 180 feet upwards. It's not a single, solid vertical drop, but rather a series of... There's a fairly steep hill, sheer cliff for about 90 feet, and then it goes into a very difficult to clamber up series of inclines for the next 90 or so, terminating just barely. You can catch sight of one of the bastions leading out, with the cannons pointed outwards and downwards from above. You're basically in a you can just barely see the fort from here, but you are definitely in a blind spot from the perspective of the fort. Someone would have to be leaning on the edge and looking right down, and have hawk-like eyesight to be able to spot Corzin's hand right now. Nevertheless, you descend. Corzin, you're also able to see the imps fluttering about through. They actually perch on a protruding, jagged rock above the waterline, still invisible and waiting for you.
Right, message the other two. They're in position.
Great.
Okay.
How ready are we feeling? Oh, not quite ready. I put hands on both of their shoulders and just say, just come back, please. That would be really good if you could just come back really fast. There's a little awkward rainbow flash. And yeah, you both have inspiration, so D10 for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
All right.
We ready?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Bufo and Co.
Yep.
I messaged to them.
Yep. There's a pause, and then you hear a reply framed in your head with the flash of returning. There's the rainbow spirit kind of sets out a little tendril. Oh, yeah. Haven't used one of these for a while. Yeah, we got you.
Great. Can you message me when you get there, or do I need to message you?
Not in our bag of tricks.
Right, I'm just going to check on you every 30 seconds or so until you're up, okay?
Works for us.
Right.
We'll wait for one of the chickens.
Lovely. And yeah, let us know when you're ready to set a bomb off.
Okay. Corzin, you, through the water, you just see the shadowy figures flit upwards. There's about 30 seconds before you message, and you in on them.
How are you doing?
Okay, we are at the top here. Just getting into position now. Terra's ready. Terra's gonna fly over and drop the dolls on your signal. I'm gonna say this is Capri calling back. Buffo's got the plug ready, and
Lovely.
I'll give them both the signal to proceed when you message.
Great. I turn to Scamp and Corzin. You ready? They are.
Alright, let's do this.
Okay. Carefree? Go.
Go!
They're going.
Okay.
Okay, as soon as we hear the noise, I will cast invisibility. I will twin invisibility.
Okay, so can I have perception checks from everyone, please?
Oh, I think we have to pop our heads out for this, don't we?
Cool. That's alright. I was checking whether you're keeping your heads under the water or not.
Yeah, I'll pop my head out for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
You service enough to hear, just to get to here.
Yeah. Do you still want perception
20.
checks?
I'll take them anyway, I suppose.
Dirty 20.
So
13, so I'm glad somebody's done well.
Alright. 6 seconds pass. Another 6 seconds. Corzin, you hear faintly from above. It's strange. It's not like a ringing bell. It's more like you've listened to Celestia conjure sound
Right.
with sort of not phantasmal force, with like with prestidigitation.
Yeah.
It's similar to that.
That's weird.
Something is making a loud and piercing sound from above that you can hear. The others, you've got kind of water in your ears.
Okay, no, that's definitely something, but it's not an explosion.
Has there been an explosion?
Another 6 seconds pass.
Carefree? What's happening?
Oh! Hey, some sort of Buffo tripped some sort of magical alarm.
Shit. Can you still set the bomb off, please?
I think he's doing it. Hold up, I think I can see him coming out. There's a pause, another 6 seconds, then from above.
Alright, that's the bomb. We're still doing this?
Right, so much the better. Okay,
Alarms are good distractions.
let's do it.
right, I cast invisibility, I twin it, and then I cast Dimension Door into the room.
Okay, so
You
you
need
twin.
to keep like close to the wall.
I mean, if you're aiming to keep close to the wall, I need. I need an intelligence check from you to for positioning
Yeah.
and pick a
Precision
wall.
check.
Okay, that's a 15.
Cool. North, south, east, or west wall were you aiming for?
Which one had the doors on it? Opposite.
South is the door, so north.
Yeah, I think north would be the one.
Okay. So, you cast invisibility, twin casting it, grabbing
I'm
Corzin.
also going to get a 4th level spell back with sorcery points.
Okay.
Bonus action on the invisibility round.
Celestia, you see the pair of them seem to vanish from sight. Corzin, you see a similar thing to what happened with the imps, although instead of shadows, it's more like light is bending around you and Scamp. You can kind of see the pair of yourselves half translucent, half almost mirrored, and you can see what's behind you as well. The Scamp taking your shoulder casts Dimension Door. Celestia, you see for a moment an after image of Corzin and Scamp of air appear where they were and then
that's fucking weird.
Scamp and Corzin. Scamp casts the spell. There's a surge of magic around you, and you appear. You know those moments in movies where time slows to a crawl as you survey the scene? So you've been treading water, which means that you're slightly at a crouch, which proves to be to your advantage, as the pair of you materialize on top of a desk pressed against the north wall.
Okay.
We had no way of knowing whether...
You had no way of knowing whether there would be that one there.
Scryed,
Yeah.
and that would,
Yeah.
Nearest unoccupied space.
Yeah. The spell won't drive you into an object unless you're completely going absolutely blind, like the one time you did. But it does. But yeah, drives you onto a desk. In the frozen moment, where time slows down, you're able to see the room. So this is 25 by 25 foot room with you can see that the north wall is just basically solid brick. It's the bricks it's the brick and stone that the fortress wall is made. The red brick that the fortress itself is made from. The walls to the south, to the east, have the look of are just whitewashed wood, essentially. There are desks along most of the northern wall, all the way to the northeastern corner, which is one of the points you're going to need to place a bomb. The northwestern corner doesn't have desks, nor does the southwestern corner, although there is a kind of like a freestanding desk in between you and there. And there is a desk on the southeastern corner as well. There are also people in this room.
That would be.
You immediately see from the uniforms and the equipment they're carrying what looks to you like 5 mages and 6 soldiers.
Cozy.
All 5 mages look like they were sitting at desks up until at least 20 seconds ago. As they are now stood up and looking at... Two of them are looking around worriedly, holding pistols and hands raised with mage rings. 3 of them, who look to have kind of like... is the difference in ranking between lieutenants and lieutenant commanders, are looking around with much more focus. And you notice, so these 3 are an orc, a human, and a halfling. The human is actually stood up right in front of you, though at this particular moment facing away and looking at the door opposite. But I need Corzin to roll a luck check, please.
A luck check, okay. Okay, that's a 19.
One of them, okay. Conveniently, the halfling and the orc are also, at this particular moment, looking at the door, or close to the door. However, in the center of the 4, and also of the 6 soldiers, 4 of them, you notice, just with your passive perception, have curious silvery manacles at their belts. 2 of them have the manacles held in one set of hand, in one hand, with sabers drawn with the other. There is also, hanging from the center of this of the room's ceiling, along next to a couple of just regular lanterns, a red burning candle in a lantern. It is flooding the room with a red tinted light, and as time begins to speed back up, you see a pulse of reddish light finish emerging from your position as the magic from your landing is detected. Everybody, please roll initiative.
Okay. Dirty 20.
6.
11.
Okay. 11 for Celestia. 6, was that for Scamp?
Yeah.
Okay. Corzin, you react first.
Okay. If I've just seen like the
yeah,
light emanate out from where we are,
Yeah,
but they can't see us specifically.
Well, they weren't looking at you in that particular moment, but the light is like flashing out to the whole room.
Okay.
So nobody like happens to be looking at you at this exact moment.
All right.
You are currently, the pair of you are right against the north wall. Corzin, you are directly next to the human diviner. Scamp, you are directly next to one of the bodyguards with the manacles. Within 10 feet of Corzin are the two other mages that you immediately peg as probably the sending mages here. And within 10 feet of Scamp, and Corzin coincidentally, is the halfling diviner. The rest of them are scattered around the room, definitely two bodyguards either side of the exit as well.
Okay.
Weapons drawn as if waiting for someone to come through the doors.
From where I am currently, can I get underneath the table that we've landed on?
I mean, you'd need to slip in between the bodyguard and the diviner. So this would be an acrobatics check to do it without them noticing, like just without hitting them on the way down.
Right.
Flags each, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've got one. I'm assuming we've got one long fuse, one short fuse each.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I think that's got to be what I'm going to do, because I'm not wasting the invisibility while I've got it. So,
Remember, it
acrobatics.
is a bonus action to call, to use your sending thing. It is a free action to reply to a sending statement from the message stones.
Yeah.
So, Corzin, give me an acrobatics check to try and slip under the table.
Okay. I am going to add the inspiration to that.
Do it.
Okay, that is a total of 15.
Okay, you grab the table, slide under it.
Sorry, no, correction. That was a 9, not a 6. That's 18.
Okay, you still jump down in between. Okay, I'm actually going to say you jump down, narrowly slotting between the mage and the bodyguard. And thanks to your silence boots, don't make a sound when you land.
Yep.
And dart under the table. This has cost you 5 feet of movement. You still have more movement.
Happily. Okay, I'm going to use my bonus action to message to Scamp, like, get off the table.
Okay.
And from where I currently am...
Yeah.
From where I currently am I just seeing, like, a load of people's boots right now?
Yeah, because the halfling was on a chair. Actually, no, the halfling stood up. I'm going to say, yeah, so you can see everyone's boots except for that one halfling diviner who is at about the same level as you, a similar level to you, but is currently looking towards the door.
Right. I am going to attempt as best I can, in the current situation that I'm in, to hide. And make myself as small as I possibly can.
Okay.
I mean, you're invisible and you make no sound.
Precisely.
I mean, is it worth setting a bomb instead of hiding, though?
Actually, I mean, well, if I'm in
Like,
position
you
to
might
set
not
a
have
bomb,
time.
if I'm in position to set a bomb, then great. But like,
You can run into the northeast corner and drop a bomb there with just running under the table legs. You could try the northwest corner, but you'd have to slip past one of the sending mages.
I'll go for the one I can reach.
Okay. You slip
Okay,
in,
I'll
you
go
slip
there.
into
I
that
will
corner,
start setting the bomb. Yeah.
and you set up the bomb. So you place it. Are you going to light it?
Which one is this?
Not yet.
Okay.
No.
So you've
What's
placed.
the fuse on this one?
It is placed, but it is not lit. I think this would have to be
Presumably-
the long fuse actually.
Yeah. So you have one bomb is placed in the northeast.
Yeah.
Got it.
Placed, not lit.
But not yet lit. Okay. That is your action. I will say, because it was your action to place it, I'll let you light it with a bonus action if you're next to it.
Well, I already used my bonus action to message to Scamp.
Yeah, but like a future point.
No, but
Right.
generally you can use an action to set and light it, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just that Corzin has chosen to set it but not yet light it.
I see.
Yeah. I just want to make the point that like you're not if you're waiting,
Yeah.
then you can light it on fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, that's the end of Corzin's turn. Which brings us to the bodyguards, who did see the flash of red emanating from somewhere in the room. And you hear one of them go, "Sweet Regent, it's like your... Fuck it, this one's Sulian. No. Sweet Regent, it is like you said. Said, out of nowhere! Quickly! Anti-invisibility measures! And one of them is going to use their action. So, around the room, the two that do not have manacles are going to step into the middle of the room, turn around, and both of them are going to use their action to just spread basically like pouches full of fine chalk all around them. I need Corzin and Scamp to both make a dex save, please.
Oh, okay. It's not a spell. Of course, it isn't a spell.
I will use the tides on this because it feels important.
Dex save
Fair.
15.
While I just fall off the edge. Oh, that is a dirty 20.
Actually, no, that's a dirty 20.
Okay. Both of you avoid... Because you're at the edges of the room, both of you avoid getting any chalk dust on you immediately.
Phew.
So that so that doesn't hit you. But this everywhere on the ground that is not the edge of the very, very edges of the room is now covered in chalk dust, and thus presents an obvious risk to your invisibility.
Okay.
The other, the two near the... So I'm going to say the two bodyguards with the manacles are going to... Two of them are going to stay next to the exit. And one of them is going to take a position in between the pair of sending mages, which annoyingly places them very near the northwest corner. Mm-hmm. And the other two are going to move next to the pair of diviners, holding manacle and sabers ready, and just waiting. They are holding action. That brings you to Celestia.
A message. Message up. How you doing? Let's say to Corzin.
Okay. Corzin
I know
will
who's
reply.
coherent in these situations. Come on.
Corzin will reply. More than we thought, but they haven't caught us.
So unspecific. Can I say anything back? Probably not.
I'll say you can get a couple of extra, like a handful.
Well,
of
I can
words.
get that at the end of it, can't I? One bomb set.
You get one bomb set as well
Yeah.
from Corzin. You can. I'll give you like a short phrase.
Distraction needed?
Appreciated.
Right.
Okay.
How much action is that?
That's bonus. That's your bonus action.
Okay. Ooh. Is there sea the other way to where we would be exiting? Like round aside or something?
I mean, like the whole broadly two of the four compass directions away from this fortress is sea. So
Okay.
like there's a lot of sea around. I'm not sure I quite understand your question.
No. You actually answered it. Don't worry. You're all good. Same side as our lavatory demons.
Yeah.
In that case, I'd forgotten the fort was on a literal island, which is why my
It's
question
not
sounded so
it's not a
stupid.
promontory, like it's a cliff rather.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's
Yeah. So, do you remember the whale spirit from like ages ago?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to cast Major Image and make it look like that, but a little less coherent. I'd like it to just like metal scream, preferably as loudly as I possibly can, which I imagine is pretty fucking loud.
Okay.
I'm going for the same side as the lavatories to try and make them think that it's involved in that somehow. But basically, yeah, I do a bit of painting in my hand underwater and I just throw it over there.
Okay. So it's about close to 2/3 of the way up the cliff, because that's the furthest up you can get it, because of the range limitation.
Yeah, I'd like it to come out of the sea and like
it's as high as it goes.
rise
you
up.
See the waters seem to come together with a metal roar.
Yeah, death metal screaming.
Somewhere in the distance, the sound of electric guitar.
Nice.
A torrent of water forms the shape of this whale-like spirit, surging up and definitely drawing the attention of people, looking out from the tower. I'm going to say that the roar is, it's as loud as you can get it. So it is loud enough that you the pair of you, Scamp and Corzin, do faintly hear like this roar somewhere, coming from somewhere outside and to the west. And it is enough to like draw some focus that way from a couple of people inside. But several of them are still like they have seen a burst of magic, so they're not completely distracted.
Oh, I'm trying to buy him a second or whatever, to be honest.
Okay, yep.
Yeah. Potentially it might pull off reinforcements though. Okay. That's going to bring us into the Sending Mages. What the Sending Mage is going to do? I mean, yeah, the first thing one of them is going to do is probably cast a spell. Let me just see if we've got what they have on hand. The good news for you is that they don't have Fairy Fire, I don't think.
Oh, good.
As one of their basics. So that is not a concern for you. Okay. The Sending Mages are... honestly... Yeah, one of them is going to start... one of them is just gonna head to the door over the dust, crack the door open, and call out, "Help! Possible sorcerer intrusion!" And then ready their kind of fingers raised, ready themselves to cast a spell. The other one is similarly going to ready themselves, waiting, like looking around, studying the chalk on the floor. Which brings us to the Diviners. Yeah, so the Halfling Diviner now turns around and looks. And Corzin, you are under a table.
Yep.
At least. He is about the right height to potentially just spot you outright, but I will make him roll a perception check.
Oh, good. Roll bad.
As he turns round, you do see that he has a pair of silvery sort of rings over his irises.
Oh.
In fact, you can see as three of them look round, all three of them have some sort of effect flickering around their eyes, but with slightly different colours. The halfling is the one who was told to prepare see invisibility, and immediately gestures at Scamp and at Corzin. Corzin, there, invisible.
Shit.
Okay. One of the sending mages is going to focus on the point where Scamp is, because they can kind of see, and is going to try and cast Dispel Magic. What level is Greater Invisibility? It's 4th, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Then he has to. Then the red-headed. I'm gonna say the red-headed sending mage. There's a blonde one as well. Is going to have to make a check. It's intelligence. Is it intelligence plus proficiency? It's just intelligence, isn't it?
And just intelligence.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a 13, which is too low. So the dispel breaks on Scamp's magic, and you hear him. You hear her sort of curse for a moment. Shit. The other one is going to look at. Take a moment to sort of study the angle. And is going to blind cast a scorching ray under the table.
Okay.
Which could go very interestingly depending on how they whether they miss their shot.
There is a bomb in the corner, isn't there? That is a thing, yeah. They don't know that, though.
There's one, though,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
hey.
It's visible, but yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to roll with disadvantage on both shots, because you are invisible to them. Okay, so that is a 12 for the first scorching ray.
If it's at me, nope.
And a 12 for the second.
Nope.
Right, now we're going to roll... Corzin, it feels sensible for you. I'd like you to roll 2 luck checks, please.
Okay.
With or without halfling luck.
Oh, with half
One of them was a natural 1, so lucky.
Hey.
And it was a natural 20!
Oh my god.
The other one was a 10.
One of them scorches the edge of the keg, but does not hit, but it's a glancing strike and does not ignite the powder.
Oh, wouldn't it be luckier if it did?
No,
No, we have to set the
Oh,
others.
yeah.
because Corzin is right
still
next
there.
to
Yep,
it.
that is true.
Yeah.
That's very true. Never mind.
The other one completely just misses by a country mile.
Oh, God.
You do have a brief heart-stopping moment though. Did you see the edge of
Yes.
the edge of it smolder?
Yeah.
Okay. Two sending mages have done their tricks. Okay, diviner time. The pair of diviners, the other 2 diviners, are going to act next. One of them is again. Okay, so one of them is going to cast Dispel again on Scamp. So this is intelligence check. They fail. Good for Scamp. The halfling looking up is going to cast a different spell. They're going to burn this one immediately. Yeah, I think they are. they're going to... They touch their fingers to their temple and stare you directly in the eyes, Scamp. And you feel their eyes pulling you in. Okay, I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
I was debating counterspell, but I've left it too late, really. Okay.
Still got inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to need it. I don't think the inspiration's going to be enough. No, that's a 13.
That is not quite enough, I believe. Yeah, no, it doesn't hit that spell DC. Okay, you feel yourself fall into their eyes, and they fall into... actually, in fairness, you are fighting it, so you get advantage. Sorry, I forgot about this.
Okay. Okay, that makes it... can I use my inspiration on the advantaged one?
I mean, that's how it would work if you'd added.
Yeah.
If you've
Yeah,
added advantage
yeah,
already, you'd have added it to whatever the advantage roll
So
was.
that's a 21 then.
Okay, you feel them trying to seize control of your will. It's happened to you before, but you shrug off the domination, escaping from that controlling gaze.
Whoa.
Okay, last one of these then is going to cast... they're going to pick from... Sorry. Slightly choosing which one they're going to pick. Okay, they are going to pick... Yeah, that one. Cool. They are going to... the last one picks a... is going to... Let's see, how long an area can they hit? Shouts to the... fuck it. To the... shouts to the... the last one is further back. I think it's the diviner, it's the orc who is actually stood on the other side of the room in the southwestern corner, moving back defensively, shouts, looks at the other two diviners and says, "Clear that corner!" And the two diviners are going to try and scamper away from that corner. The halfling training his eyes on Scamp and Corzin, though, still, to keep an eye. So they move to the other ends of the room. The halfling moves to the south side of the room, near the door, just in front of the sending mage. The human is going to move back and to the the sort of western middle of the room. And how ruthless have they been told to be? Okay, pretty ruthless, but the diviner is actually not going to act immediately. He's going to hold his action. Speaking of held actions, now that they've been pointed in your general direction, one of the bodyguards with the manacles is going to flip the manacles open and try to land a hit with them on Scamp. This is with disadvantage on their side, but this is a grapple check. Can I ask you to make athletics or acrobatics check to avoid at your choice? Scamp.
16.
I mean,
Can bend fate if needed.
I need to check their stats because they rolled high on both of those with disadvantage. 16. Okay. You have a very slim chance of getting out of this by bending fate.
Okay,
Yeah, worth it. Try.
Yeah, do it.
So yeah. Oh, it's a 3.
Not quite enough.
Bollocks.
That brings them down to 17 instead of 16. Okay, they flail semi-randomly, but but as if they can hear you reacting. They manage to get one of the manacles onto your. I'm going to say onto your. Roll randomly for this. Onto your left arm. With a clasp, it slams shut. They're holding on to the other end. They haven't manacled it to themselves, but they are just holding them for the moment. So you're grappled, and the manacle is now stuck on your wrist. With their saber, they're now going to just try and attack you. So 2 attacks with disadvantage. Okay, 12.
12 hits.
Okay, and 12
I
again.
didn't cast Mage Armor because I didn't want to, because I never think to.
Okay.
So my armor class is 12.
Alright, so they're going to hit you. You're going to get hit twice with the saber. So the house rule we go with is it's the total damage from a single source that you need to roll concentration against.
Right.
So that is cool. 20 points of slashing damage total. So DC 10 on your concentration check.
Oh no, it's 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
They slash, but they hold. The other bodyguards are going to keep holding action until they know for sure whether they can get a hit on something. That brings us to the end of the Diviner's go and makes it Scamp.
What are the rules about teleporting out of restraints?
So you've never had to do it thus far, but
I think I have.
Actually,
You have
you
with the barrel.
I think it's been like full
The
ropes and things,
when
right?
Yeah.
when Celestia got captured, you were tied to a barrel and you teleported out of that.
cool. That's
I'm
fine.
not sure
That's
about
true.
manacles. It feels like possibly a different situation.
If your hands are free and you can speak, you can cast. Is the rule. So you can teleport out of manacles. When you teleport, you kind of take as much, you kind of take as much with you, broadly speaking, as you want to. Like if we get grim for a moment, if someone had driven a railroad spike through you, that might be tricky.
Yeah, fair. That makes sense.
But something around you, like manacles, in theory, you should be able to teleport out of them. Same way you did.
So, in theory, you could teleport out of clothing you were wearing.
Yeah, it's just
Lol.
a choice of whether you would want.
Sorry, I'm going a bit Sabnet there. So,
Yeah,
If-
this is definitely showing.
Yeah. Clothing might actually be more complex because it's multiple objects that you're trying to escape.
True,
Whereas,
yeah,
escaping
yeah.
a single restraint, I'll say,
Yeah.
you can do without requiring an Arcana check or anything.
So we've discussed which corners we're going for, I assume. We've
Yeah.
got-
I feel like
can
we've
see
done
which one
that.
colours
yeah,
it's
well,
got.
that was part of the discussion we had
Surely, yeah.
previously
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
okay, we need to cover this corner, and this corner.
Yeah.
I mean, we've gone down to fuse lengths. I feel like
Yeah.
we've probably
Yeah,
you've
you just
probably divided
find-
corners amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Okay, short points, but it's fine. Got enough. Yeah, I'm not getting away from this fucker unless I actually leave. So, there's 2 rooms, 2 places I need to get to. How guarded are they? How surrounded are they?
Okay, so I'm going to say that I want to know this. So, Corzin, you've taken the northeast corner.
Yeah.
Was your next corner the northwest or the southeast?
Hang on, let me just double check the handy dandy little back of the postcard map you drew us. Okay, so if I'm in the northeast corner currently, then it would be the southeast corner.
Cool, that's fine. In which case, just so you know, the southeast corner is technically unoccupied because there's a table in the way.
Yeah.
But there is a bodyguard standing in between you and the southeast corner at this particular moment, and there is one sort of next to the table by the southeast corner.
Noted.
So it's not a perfectly clear path for you. Scamp, right now there is a sending mage in the northwest corner and a diviner, the orc diviner, in the south east corner. So you'll kind of need to like teleport either in. Well, you can't really teleport into someone's space directly. You could try and teleport like above them or like into a space next to them.
Do we know how much less effective they'll be if we put the barrels slightly out of place?
You don't know how much less effective. You just know it's most effective if they're in those corners.
Yeah.
Yeah. She said if we want to bring the roof down, it needs to be in those corners.
Yeah.
But equally, if we're trying to trash the equipment in the room generally, it's, I don't know. Yeah.
Such a big deal. Yeah. I would like to go. So Corzin's going to be heading to the southeast. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Then it makes sense to do the one that is further away from that first, so that we're heading to the same place-ish.
Okay, so like the
So
corner that you're
northwest.
broadly in now.
But I don't want to appear like directly where I'm going to set the thing,
True.
because I want to move away from that spot because of the magical flare that will happen.
So where do you want to go? There's the centre of the room is somewhat clear of tables.
I'm really struggling with.
There's a
the
couple of
south
bodyguards
and
there.
west at the moment. I cannot visualise this even
Cool.
slightly.
One moment. I'm gonna snap you all a map of where things are at this particular moment.
Thank you. I'm really struggling to.
It's okay.
This is why we send maps onto Facebooks.
Yes.
On to
Do, do,
Facebook.
do.
Thank you.
It's the map sending sounds.
Yep.
It's just killing the drama completely.
It's all of the beeps and the boops that are the zeros and ones.
Okay, so that should have sent now. So the little dots around the outside of me marking 5-foot squares, sort of things. But basically, you can see that Scamp and Corzin are in the top right at the moment, right in the northeast corner. Corzin in the most northeast portion, with a manacle wielding bodyguard next to them. Then you can see in the very top, in the very northwestern corner, there's that sending mage next to the edge of the table. Then a bodyguard just to the south of them, diviner just to the south of them, bit of a gap, another diviner in the southwestern corner, and then the southern edge of the map is basically filled with bodyguards, sending mage, diviner, more bodyguards. Everyone's really cleared out of the northeastern edge of the map right now.
And are there any tables in that sort of northwest corner?
There is the very north. There is that long table going along most of the north, but there's not the very western edge now.
I might teleport under the table and set it there.
Okay.
Nice.
What level spell is Dimension Door?
It's gonna have to be at least a 4th, but I might use fire. Let me have a look at what I've got. Because I'm not short on spells. It's gonna be 4th, I think.
Okay. So you start casting the spell, and as you do so, the manacle on your wrist lights up like a string of fairy lights as a series of glyphs burst into action, and you feel it siphon and discharge a portion of your spell into your arm. So First, so this is, in a moment, you're going to need to do a concentration check to keep casting. First, though, you're going to take some damage.
That's nasty.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, well, the first two d6s were 1s. So, 2, 12, 24, and 30 points of lightning damage.
I rolled a concentration check, and for me it was very poor, but it was a 16.
Okay, you managed
nice.
to complete the spell. Is the good news. You also, I'm gonna say you get to keep the same. They use the same concentration jack, so you do not. Under the circumstances, you do not drop your invisibility either.
Phew.
Done.
So with a blast, you manage to teleport out of the manacles, which flash brightly, discharge, and then go dead, hanging limply. And you reappear under the table next to the northwest corner, where one of the sending mages is just standing, looking kind of panicked. I assume.
think so.
I was kind of assuming you did because you need an action
yeah.
to set the thing.
I do, yeah. I
So,
remember mentioning the sorcery points.
You did. You said the points. So
Yeah.
also,
It's travel.
roll a d100, please.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Got some pretty...
lol. Imagine if it's a fireball right now, with like 4 bombs between you.
What is it? 56. What was it?
56
That might
sounds familiar.
actually be a fireball, mightn't it?
Fireball is like
No,
35.
lower than that.
56. There we go. Okay. There's just like a soft sound as appearing visibly below you is a small
say it in
pile of white hair.
Oh, that's just sad in this moment.
A silvery white hair.
Well,
Which
Oh no.
potentially
Oh no, you're in a scrying room. That's really bad.
sorry, I'm going to blow everything up.
Yeah, you gotta burn it, man, before you get out.
it is, but more importantly, I'm going to roll a perception check to see if anyone notices the
I
hair.
mean, I'm also under a table about to produce a big barrel of gunpowder.
I mean, yeah, I'll say that
They're
with
more
that.
likely to notice that than the hair.
True, and it's a good
Surely.
point. With that, yeah, they notice. So yeah, you've teleported into place. Your hair falls out. You've kept your your thing. What do you do? I mean, presumably you produce a barrel of gunpowder. Do you light it? You got the 2-round fuse, I'm guessing.
I do.
Do you want to light it?
I'm doing so much maths on like action economy right now because if I light it, they'll just put it out and then we're fucked.
I mean, not
Because
necessarily.
Fuse.
No, we've got to incapacitate at least some of these people somehow.
I mean, can I have produced it so
Not
that the fuse is
necessarily.
facing the wall at least, so it's not immediately obvious?
I mean, yeah, sure.
I will.
You've
light
thought of
this
it, so you can.
Fuse. Was it 18 seconds? This fuse.
No,
12.
12. You have
12.
2 rounds.
Okay.
All right. You roll. You take the bag of holding, squeeze it, basically, and the keg rolls out between the sending mage's feet. As with a flick of a match, you also set the fuse going.
I'm also then going to peg it to the other end of the room because
Yeah,
I've still
this-
got my movement.
The sending mage looks down
Yeah,
and goes,
why not?
"Oh shit!" Yeah, okay, so you're going to peg it down to the southwestern side. There is actually a table just next to the southwestern corner, if you want to peg it under
I'd
that.
like to get under the table.
Okay.
How big actually is this room?
Like 25 foot on the side.
So you
Yeah.
potentially get all the bombs in a fireball if it came to it.
You
If it
could.
came to it, yes, you could.
Yeah. Like, if you got to get out, but light them. What was that?
Yeah, problem is, I can only do one spell in a round. So if I'm casting Fireball, I'm not casting Dimension Door.
Yeah,
True.
that would be the problem.
But it's potentially a nuclear option if we're real stuck.
Oh yeah. I mean, I have
This is on
bombs
the nuclear.
that could, in theory.
Like, we're
Set
not
it.
leaving. We're in the blast if that happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you manage to get out a window or something here.
There aren't any windows in here.
No, it's inside the complex.
Yeah, there aren't, are there?
Under the circumstances, the bodyguards who are still waiting are going to swap out manacles for pistols. There's 3 who can still act. Or they swap out sabers for pistols.
I'll fire a bolt, though, maybe.
And I'm going to
Anyway,
fire
sorry,
at the place
continue.
where you were as you are leaving it. So they will take some attacks, because they did see they were holding actions until they thought they knew your location. And I'm going to say, with the puff of hair, the blast of magic that everyone can see, pulsing in between 2 places, and the,
I'm really
fucking
unconscious.
keg,
I'm
they get
already
6
below
shots.
half. I'm in trouble.
Okay. 10, no. 18, yes. And 18, yes. So 2 of those shots do land on you. Not their preferred attack. But you do still take a total of the 16 points of damage.
Rolling off my table. Okay, the concentration's fine. 16 is that?
Yep.
Ooh, that's about slightly more than a third. Okay.
Fuck, I definitely could have given you temporary hit points. Bollocks.
Oh.
You're not the only person who thinks fuck at this moment, as the orc who's been holding a spell goes, fuck it! And releases the spell. Next. And to the great chagrin of basically everyone in the northeastern corner of the room, which does include 2 of the bodyguards with manacles, a crisscrossing series of brilliant luminescent lines appears out of the walls and just shoots across everything like a web. And then starts to try and basically burn as what is essentially as they cast Radiant Cat's Cradle. I'll roll for the bodyguards, but Corzin, I need you to roll a quick check as well. This
Dex?
is Dex. Actually, you won't need to do this until the start of your turn, which is
Okay.
next. So, actually, yes, do roll a Dex save, please.
Right, here we go. It's a 21.
21. Okay. You take no damage.
Thank fuck.
Because it's only when you start your turn there, and there's no effect if you save. That's fine. You also take one thing that is worth noting is it does make the area difficult terrain, but that's probably with your speed that will not stop you from getting to the other corner of the room.
Yep.
The other 2.
It's magical
for these
difficult terrain,
guys.
isn't it?
It's magical difficult terrain.
Right,
Yes.
fine.
Okay. So 2 of the bodyguards are caught in the rays, though. 2 of them managed to skip to the side in time, and they hear and you see them suddenly start convulsing in place, as if they are not quite paralyzed, but being shocked by the blood, by the streams of light.
Ew.
They really wanted to try and get you.
Yeah.
Okay, that didn't work. That brings us to Corzin's go.
Okay. So, There's a fairly...
Is that one round? That's nuts.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
There's so many people.
I mean, yeah, they deliberately guarded this place pretty well, it turns out.
Yeah, well...
Oh yeah, as you would.
Okay, so we got the Ascending Mage, a bunch of bodyguards sort of like by the door at the far end of the room, right?
Yeah.
And Scamp is sort of to their...
It's on... You see there's that little table in the sort of southwestern corner?
Okay.
Yeah. Scamp is under there now.
Right. Quick clarification. I have, in my possession, a single use of giggle dust. Is that in a vial or a pouch or what?
Little...
If I were to disperse that into this room, would it affect multiple people?
Oh boy, I haven't used giggle dust in forever.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I don't suppose I told you to write down the things, did I? No, I remember what it does.
Is it an action or a bonus action to use it? Is the other
Yeah.
question.
Oh, I remember how
You've got
giggle
12
dust
seconds
works.
before the thing blows.
Yeah, it's an action to use.
Oh, an action, and
It's
you've
an
got
action,
12 seconds.
It's one target. You basically hurl the vial at someone so that it'll break on them, or you can kind of like put it into a handkerchief and like chloroform them with it.
Right, okay, yeah, I was worried about that. Okie dokie then.
I remembered what spell that mimics now.
Yeah, I wasn't going to assume, but I thought Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Yeah.
Right, okay. In which case then, no, what I'm going to do is I'm still invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I know who I can do it to. I'm going to do it at the halfling that can see me.
Got it.
I'm going to throw the Google Dust at the halfling that can see me and then move to
Are we
the...
going to have time to set the other...
Yeah, you're going to have time to set a bomb, mate. Like, seriously.
Well, if they
12
can't
seconds
see
till the ring
me,
blows.
Yeah.
none of them are
Fuse.
lit yet.
Yeah, fuse is
No,
lit.
they are. I lit one.
Oh, you've lit one. Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear the hissing coming from the western corner of the room.
From a visual inspection, would I be able to tell... Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you know which one it is.
Okay, so I guess then...
Yeah. Bonus action if you want to light this one before you move, by the way.
Better do it then. Yeah. Okay, using the bonus action to light that. I am just gonna make a run to the opposite side of the room, going like I'm gonna try and be like going through as many people's legs or under tables as I can.
Okay, you're going to need to make a choice of either acrobatics to do that or athletics to just like barge past them.
Athletics.
There are. Okay.
Or
Or
a halfling that has that ability.
Well, this is the thing I was thinking of, is that
Oh.
you can generally move through the space of a creature that's larger than you.
oh yes, you can because halfling ability.
nimbleness is just-
Fine. In which case, can I have your? Can I have a straight? I guess a straight stealth check because
Yep.
advantage for being invisible, disadvantage for basically running.
Yep, sure.
I just want to check whether they can tell you're moving as they go past.
They won't hear you, but they might feel you.
Okay, with the stealth, it's a 13.
Okay. In which case, you're going to get a couple of attacks of opportunity at you
There. Yep.
as you go past. So, as you pass the one who... Oh, actually, let me just roll a luck check which one that was. Okay. As you pass one going past you, they are going to try and get the manacle on you. Athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Ooh, let's go athletics this time. Okay, that is... Oh, damn it, that's another 13.
Oh, Scamp's already used up their ability to bend luck.
Points to spare.
Yep.
Need it.
Yeah. So, you've used your inspiration. Cool. They rolled 14.
Bugger.
So, just as you're getting past, they clamp you.
Disadvantage.
They rolled with disadvantage, yes. And I guess you drag them.
Yep.
after you.
Is this like a human-sized person being dragged by a halfling? Because that's hilarious.
Yeah, you basically...
That means I know where you are now as well.
They clamp you, and then because you made that athletics check to barge past people, you drag them with you. So they are being dragged, fortunately for their sake, out of the sort of laser... out of the laser tag
so much.
area next to them. So you get just next to the southeastern edge, and you can use your action to drop and light the second fuse.
Okay, I do so. Let's plop.
Okay, 2 or 3 now of the charges have been placed and lit. Okay, that brings us. So yeah, you know where Corzin is. So does everyone else.
Yeah, there's a problem, but I can at least get to Corzin to Dimension Door now. I don't have to rely on Corzin getting to me.
Okay.
I can always drop the concentration.
Okay. I am going to let people try and do a check to spot you, Scamp, because I forgot that I covered the middle of the room with chalk dust.
Oh, yeah, no fair.
Yeah.
So
Not the sides, yeah.
not down the sides, but but I was going to say, because I'm not going to penalise you for that, but there is still a lot of dust in the air, so they got a chance of spotting you. So they'll still roll they'll still kind of roll with disadvantage anyway because you're invisible, but people are going to try and find you. I'll just do this as one check for all of the bodyguards because multiple people looking is disadvantage from being invisible. I didn't actually ask you what your passive stealth score is. Can I ask you your stealth check, please?
Yes. That's terrible. Just a general, a stealth check rather than my passive.
Straight stealth check, yeah.
Oh, straight stealth check.
Sorry, stealth. Roll with advantage. It's fine. Yeah, because you're invisible.
That's only a 14.
14. Okay. Defender advantage. They just avoid spotting you exactly. So, in that case, well, two of them are not able to act because they're trapped in the light, in the grid of crisscrossing lights. But those who are... Okay, another one is next to Corzin because they're in that corner of the room. They are going to... they know where you are because of the manacle, even if they can't spot you exactly, so they're going to make some attacks against you.
Okay.
So first one is they're just going to try and... You've already got one manacle on you. Multiple doesn't add effect, so they're just going to attack you twice with their sabers. So one was an 11, one was a 23.
That hits.
And they're also just going to try and hit you with the manacle, like a blunt weapon.
Okay.
Just as an improvised one, so they can get their offhand attack in. That is 19.
19 hits, yeah.
Cool. So you take a total of 16 points of damage.
16, okay.
It's not too bad for Corzin.
No.
The other 3 are going to keep waiting to see if this invisibility will drop or until they can get a clearer location on another one. Because at the moment there's already someone next to you and it's kind of a bit of too many cooks in the broth.
By my count, it's been a maximum of 4 rounds on the invisibility.
Yeah. The invisibility is going to hold for a while, but they don't know that. There is one more attack. There is one more who can attack you. The guy who's literally attached to you.
Oh yeah, that guy.
I was hoping you'd have forgotten.
Yeah, 12 and 15.
Neither.
Cool. Stabs and just hits the wall behind you. One stab goes into the keg and goes, and you hear them shout, "Oh shit! Powder kegs!"
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, they've noticed. They have a round before this goes off, so good luck to them.
When do they go off in terms of turn order?
That is a good question.
If I light one, is it going to go off? Like, if I light the 6-second one, is it going to go off at the top of the round, or at the top of my next round, or at the end of my next round?
It is going to go off at... I'm going to say that if you light this one this turn, all of these will go off at the end of Scamp's next round.
Okay.
So like,
Okay.
so round 3. Basically, the bottom of round 3 is when.
Yeah, because Scamp's last, so that makes sense.
Sorry.
What's the total number of people in the room?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Many.
12.
Is that including us?
14 including you. Okay. So that brings us to Celestia.
I assume that I'm looking up in the water. Can I see anything?
Sure.
Are there windows on the sending room or no?
So there aren't windows, but I will say that because of the spell that was cast, you can just faintly see like a coruscating series of rainbowish lights coming out of the roof at one point from the weird sort of lightning trap, rainbow light trap.
How far are our little demon friends from the sending room?
If they sprinted, maybe they could get close to above it.
Yeah, but like how fast?
At their full flight speed, if you told them to now, they could probably get into place above the sending room. Directly above it.
Okay.
Depends what you want them to do.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what to do. I have a Call Lightning spell as well. Mm-hmm. That is 120 foot range, and it makes like a 10-foot cone of shit. Could I get that anywhere near the sending room from where I am? I don't think so, but I'm asking everything.
Let me just check, because
That's a good point.
maybe you can. It depends what the vertical limits are on your casting, because that might not...
I don't know.
Call Lightning is interesting.
Coming down from the sky, that
It's
shouldn't
coming
be
from the
all that
sky.
I
relevant.
think Pythagoras applies.
Yeah.
It is 120 foot range, so I don't know. Feel free to have a read.
Where it strikes?
I will say...
Yeah, it's the 120 foot range where it strikes. I don't know.
I
Right.
always
Yeah,
imagined
10
it
feet
that
tall,
way.
60 foot radius. Centre
I'm
of a point,
gonna-
I can see 100 feet directly above me.
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
say... Under this... I'm gonna bend the rules in this one and say that 100 feet directly above a point 120 feet away, which will allow you to... That's 220 feet. That means that you can get a storm cloud appearing 40 feet above the fort. So basically, you can get a storm cloud that would basically be appearing almost level with the parapets right above the sending room if you wanted.
Ooh, that could be helpful.
Yep, you'll be
Okay.
firing a bit blind.
Don't care. We need distraction.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the whale spirit isn't really doing much, is it? So,
You can hear the sounds of like gunfire and cannons from elsewhere, but it's not doing much in this situation.
no. I think I'm going to drop that, so it literally just goes...
It
like,
just turns into water and...
yeah, the sound just abruptly stops.
Yeah.
Hooray, they killed
And...
it.
What was that?
Well done. Hooray, they killed it. Well done, them.
Yeah. Just they're like, yay!
We got it!
Amazing. So yeah, I fling the rainbow spirit up into the sky, and I'm going to get it to do. What is a parapet exactly? Please remind me.
I mean, technically it's really parapets, but basically it's like the edges of the wall, the top edges of the wall, the walkways.
Yeah, I'd like to try and, if there's anything I can knock off, like onto the sending room, that's what I would like to aim for, whether that be people or stone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
I don't
would
know
say-
what's there. So,
Like, do you want to...
what was that?
The cannon.
Cannons up there.
The
Oh,
cannons
yeah,
are not
cannons,
are not
maybe.
close enough for you to land on the sending room.
I want something to land on the sending room. That's what I would like to
Right,
do.
so you
If I
basically can
can't,
try
that's
and
okay. I will
hit-
rethink.
You can either try and hit the wall and like blast some stones that will land on the roof, or you could just strike the sending room.
If I can just strike the sending room and like do shit to the roof, I will 100% do that.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to tell me where you plan in the sending room. Given you don't know the exact disposition of forces, you just know that, but you do know the plan. You do know, where what was planned.
I mean,
where do you want to aim this?
I think Celestia is panicking and doing this on a knee jerk, so I'm going to do it on my knee jerk rather than planning it.
Yep.
I know that the bombs are going to be planted in the corners,
Yes.
so I assume that my friends will be in the corners. So I'm going to go for the middle.
Cool. Now roll an intelligence check to see how on target you get,
Okay,
because you can't directly see it.
that's not amazing, lads. That is a 13.
It's above a 10,
Okay.
so you don't hit a corner.
Okay.
There is a sudden rumbling and then a cracking sound. Roll damage for me, please.
Well, hang on, I've forgotten what damage it is. Give me a minute. It's the one thing that I don't have a spell card for, so I'm always looking it up on the fly.
It's 3d10.
3d10. Lovely, I can do that. If any of these dice are d10, I'm just panicking. None of them are d10s. There are hundreds of them, but none of them are d10s. There we are. That is not fucking bad, actually. 17.
Okay. A bolt of rainbow streaked lightning comes straight through the roof into the center of the room, striking two of the striking smack in between, actually. Three of the bodyguards and one of the diviners, and narrowly. Oh, Scamp, roll luck check. See where exactly it lands.
Well, that's gone forever.
Bye!
And that's a 2.
Ah, shit.
But yeah, it's
Do you have
literally
17 hit points left?
is literally where which edge of
Good.
a square it landed on, and just close enough to get the table under which Scamp is hiding. Roll a dexterity save, please, Scamp.
Oh, that's a 19.
Okay, you take half that, so you take
8
damage, and just roll a con save, concentration check.
And, 22.
Cool. You hold it. Also, one of the bodyguards dives in front of the diviner as a reaction, taking the damage meant for them.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, these guys are actual bodyguards.
Dedicated.
Yeah. And not happy about the situation at all. In fact, given that they are bodyguards, I know what they're going to do next round. But before that, anything else in your turn, Celestia?
Yes, it's a bonus action for message stones,
Yes.
right? I'm going to message to Bufo because his name's my favourite. No, he was inside. I'm not going to message to him. I'm going to message to Kepri.
Yep.
And I'm going to say, need a distraction. Head over to where the lightning just struck. We need confusion in that room. Please, hurry.
Okay. Alright, they will... I'm going to roll
I
them.
know I'm sending them to die, but I care so much less about them than you.
I know.
Okay, so we got some imps rolled into this as well. That brings us to... I think that's all you can do, so that brings us to the sending mages. Right, I mean... Cool, sending mages can... don't know exactly where Scamp is, so that makes it very hard for them to do things. One of them looks down at the keg in between her legs, sorry, and the other one, he's blonde, is at the doorway, looks back they meet eyes, and suddenly occurs to them that maybe this is not the best place for them to be. They are They said they have a wordless moment between them, and both turn to Leggett, but they're going to fire off a couple of spells before they do. Since Corzin is the only one they know where someone is, they're going to fire off spells at you. So, Corzin, can I have a wisdom save, please, from the first, as they start, as the one by the door starts casting a spell?
Can I see them?
You can see both of them preparing and casting, yes.
Magic uses Nemesis.
Okay, you just grab one of your pistols and fire a shot at them.
Yep.
So this just... Do they have to roll it? Do you have to roll it?
Yeah, they have to make a wisdom saving throw against my spell save DC, or the spell
and they fail.
Woo! Okay,
so the one by the door, you just... you shoot the door next to them, they panic, lose the spell, and run out of the room.
Okay.
The other one is running straight out, does the same thing. They cast a spell at Corzin. So, wisdom save, please.
Wisdom save, okay. Okay, that is a 21.
You feel magical forces trying to lock up your limbs and shrug them off.
Not today.
Okay, the two sending mages have both bolted. This is... They know that they've seen the bombs, the very short fuses on these bombs, and they are not sticking around. Okay, so that's the sending mages go. Diviners. The halfling can still see Scamp and Corzin, and just trains a finger on both of them. Okay,
in a sort of pew-pew kind of manner.
Sort of there.
Right.
It's more their angle. They're just pointing out what they can see. Okay, they're going to go for another... They're going to go for... They know where you are, so they are going to cast a separate spell. I've got to check the rules on this, but I think it's going to... As they start casting... you're going to need to make, I think it's wisdom saves for this. Both of you, please.
Okay.
Counter spell.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm gonna do it at 5th. Some shortened things.
Okay. The 5th level counter spell. They do see you do it, so they're going to try and counter spell, but because theirs is at 3rd level, they've got to roll for this.
I'll wait until that's been resolved before I roll.
Oh, that was a 19. Oof. So that does make it.
Bugger.
Okay, you counter their casting, they counter your counter spell. There's a sort of slashing of and there's actually, interesting, quite visible waves of magic bursting in the air because of the red mage lantern.
Yeah.
So rarely you can actually see all the spells being cast. And you see a field of magic burst out from the mage. And it's almost like serpentine tendrils reach out from them and plunge into both Corzin and Scamp's spines as you feel your reaction times slow.
Oh,
Oh, shit. Bugger.
Okay, so you are both slowed for the moment. I think at the end of your turn, you can make wisdom saves to shut this off.
okay.
Doesn't potentially not necessarily so much of a problem for Corzin, but might be one for Scamp. All right, that is.
Give you the initial wisdom save. I mean, I rolled bad enough that it was a fail, but
Yeah.
we never actually said them. What did Corzin roll?
Well, I was holding up until...
Shit, sorry, yeah.
you
Can I
actually
have
rolled it, but
wisdom
okay,
saves from
I'll
both of
roll
you?
it now.
Sorry.
I rolled a 7, so it is. Yeah,
No,
slightly.
that's a 6.
Okay, yeah, you are both hit by it. Sorry, I didn't say
Yeah.
that.
No, that's fair. It's fair.
Okay, and then the halfling is going to back the fuck out of the room for the moment, because they also can see, like, they don't completely leave, but they step behind the doorway and use it as cover, seeing what the hell is going on.
This is a real problem.
The human, seeing what's going on, is gonna the orc first of all is gonna drop the like the fucking rainbow grid, because that's obviously not stopped causing.
Yeah.
Two of the bodyguards are able to move again. And the human points and says, "Damn it! Grab the equipment!" And you can see that there are indeed 3 sets of divining equipment on the tables, because they can see they got shit they're worried about, and it's going to use their action to run over to one of the tables and on the northern side, and scoop up just all, like, as much of a divining apparatus as they can in their arms.
They're quite big, aren't they?
Oh yeah, it's their whole action to, like, gather this. They're doing this instead of casting a spell, because that's what they would care about. I'm going to say that they, with their movement, they're able to get all of this, and then in front of the door, like, but like near enough to the door that they're nearly out of the room, but and stood next to Scamp, but not actually out of the room yet. So they've got all of it in their arms, but they can't yet run. There's still 2 more sets of equipment. I'm going to say one on the table directly above Scamp, one on the table directly above Corzin.
Okay, cool.
As they have.
And the third one isn't out of the room yet.
Yeah, it's it's like grabbed in their arms. They probably left some pieces, but they're trying to save the most expensive bits.
Yeah.
Essentially. Because these things are not easy to do. Okay, the orc is similarly not happy about this, but wants to get Scamp visible again. So because they can see where what's his face pointed, they are going to try and I need to just remind myself: is dispel targeted, or does it just hit everything on you?
It's a magical effect in an area, so I'd say you can use it on an invisible thing if you knew what it was. Would be my interpretation.
Yeah.
One creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of the so-and-so on the target ends. So you can... It's an interesting one. I suppose if they know what the effect is, would they drop it? I'm not sure. Alright. They're gonna... It still fucks things up potentially for them. But I think they're going to take the risk of dropping Scamp's spell, but guaranteeing that it will drop the... Let me roll an intelligence check for them. Sugar.
Oh.
They got... Yeah, they don't know enough to be sure what the best approach is. So...
You just said sugar in a thing where we swear so
It was very
we
sweet.
swear so much.
I enjoyed it thoroughly. It was excellent.
sugar and fuck.
Okay, they are going...
Bother and cunt.
Yeah, they're not sure. They know that that there must be someone must be concentrating on this. They don't 100% know which of you it would be. They know you're closest. They don't necessarily think in these terms, so fuck it. They are going to cast a 5th level Scorching Ray. instead and try Scamp and just try and shake your concentration that way so that they don't disrupt the slab.
I mean,
How close is Scamp to a keg?
I mean, like, right now,
close at the moment.
not close to one they've placed, no.
But I've got a bag. I haven't got it out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, so this will be. Oh shit, okay, 6 rays are going to try and hit you.
Shit.
That's going to be fun.
Go down.
So, well, not from that. That was a. What is their fucking plus on this? Sorry. I completely lost my. There it is, +6. Well, that's an 11 was the first one, so I don't.
That hits. I'm slow.
You're slowed, right?
What does that do to your AC?
Drops it by 2.
Drops it
okay.
by 2.
No.
Yeah. So 1 hit.
Roll a 3 to miss.
They did roll a 3 on the second one. Oh, sorry. I mean, they didn't roll a natural. It was a natural 3, but like, are you saying that they? Because that becomes a 9. So that.
I really need to start writing mage armor somewhere on my notes.
Yeah.
and
Does a 9 hit you?
font. A 9 does not. My AC currently is 10.
Cool. That's fine. So 1 hit, 1 miss.
I
2
usually just
misses.
put MA and the
3 misses.
Whoa!
That was a 3, a 2, and a 3. So we've got 2 more shots they can do.
I've done 50 episodes and I've done nothing to increase my AC.
Fuck me.
I've leveled
6
up
rolls.
lately.
6 rolls with disadvantage. 4 of them with 3 or under.
Wow.
Jeez.
Actually, 4 of them with 3 or 2. None of them
Wow.
were a natural 1.
No one's.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
That is
So,
impressive.
you do still get hit by 2 of the rays, though.
Oh yeah, no.
So you take 5, 7, 13 points of fire damage, which halves, of course, to 6. So just roll like a basic bitch. Concentration check, please.
Yeah, it's a 26.
Okay.
I think you're probably alright.
Yeah, you're probably
you're
fine
fine.
with that.
Oh, luck,
Just about.
Concentrating.
That
yeah,
was
luck on your side there.
Scamp is very good at concentrating.
that was very lucky.
Yeah.
Like absurdly.
Yeah. Spells are the hyper focus.
They are going to point to one of the. They've acted. They were waiting. Cool. One of the there is another bodyguard with manacles next to the table where Scamp is positioned. So the orc is going to actually stay hovering in that corner because they really want to get you, or maybe they really want to get the equipment. But they point and under the table to the bodyguard and go, "Get him!" So bodyguard is going to try and do another athletics check to manacle you, Scamp. Can I have probably acrobatics from you, please?
That's fine. Oh, 21.
That is
Oh, nice.
plenty. They also take a couple of slashes with their saber, which do both hit. So you take an additional 15 points of damage. Another concentration check, please.
You still up?
Alright. I'm still single figures, but yeah. That is another dice on the floor gone forever.
Cool.
Bye.
We shall not see its like again.
That is a 14.
Okay. You hold it. You're bleeding like from multiple slashes and some electrical burns, but you hold the invisibility together, and that makes it your turn.
Okay.
Just in case it's helpful, we do all have a cure critical wounds potion, if that's helpful to remember at this second in
I
time.
don't have a bonus action.
That is fair.
Neither do
I knew it was something that I'd
Healing
forget,
potion.
so I figured
Yes.
it was worth saying.
No,
But
no,
continue.
you're absolutely
Yeah.
correct. Yes.
currently in the
Well, it's
room,
good to know.
Yeah.
given that 3 people have now left the room, there are 11 people in the room.
One of whom is by the door holding scrying equipment.
Yeah,
Yes.
Cool.
I have plans
Okay.
for them.
Trying to keep it all in my head, you know.
And we have until the end of my next turn before the room explodes.
Yes.
Good to know.
Okay, and I don't have an action and a bonus action, so I...
You also know where Corzin is, because you can see a floating manacle.
Yep.
Yeah. Ooh. Right. Let's fucking do something stupid.
Yes,
I'm
always.
going to cast command.
Okay.
8 of them.
8 of them.
Including the one next to me, all of the mages,
Mm-hmm.
and the one holding equipment.
Okay, well, at this point, there are only 2 mages left in the room.
Okay.
Although, I suppose you could see the third diviner.
If they're leaving, I'm not going after them. I'm not
Cool.
asking someone to stay in an explosion if they're leaving.
Okay, so. Well, you can see one, like, peeking around the corner out from the doorway, so it's up to you.
If they're still involved, then they can
Cool,
get
got
caught
it.
by it.
So, all 3 diviners and 5 of the. 5 of the guards, which will include the ones with. That's enough to get everyone with a manacle. Fine. Okay. What? So it's all what? Wisdom saves?
Yeah.
Okay. What is your command?
Drop.
Okay.
Yeah. Drop. Yeah, so they'll drop whatever they're holding and end their turn.
Okay.
Okay. So, what is your save these days? Like 18?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's what mine is, and it's the same. So.
I'm going to note the all 3 of the mages rolled 19 or over.
Oh, fucking hell.
Who are still their wisdom saves aren't necessarily that high. They just rolled really high. Let's see how the. So I'm going to do this in the order in which I just position them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so. One of the bodyguards, just you can see them dropping their weapons and starting to kneel because they're dropping. You see a second one of the ones with the manacles. 3 of them immediately drop their weapon and manacle to the ground and start sinking to their knees. Except for the one currently holding on to Corzin.
Right. Figured. Well, no, again.
Yeah. Sorry. He also rolled literally like a 19. So that one's still in control. But you have successfully taken out the actions of 4 of the bodyguards.
Not
Which-
the mages.
Of which
Yeah.
there are at this point 2, which means there's 2 bodyguards who can still act. One of which is just stuck next to Corzin. Alright. Anything else on your turn, Scamp?
Yeah, I'd like to shout to Corzin. I need you to set my barrel, I can't.
Oh shit, yeah, you've used your action.
Yep, and I don't get a bonus action.
Okay. Oh boy!
Yeah, you're fucked. If you can't get to me by the time it comes to our turn, we're fucked.
Okay.
Okay, what would the. What would Imp Jesus do?
That is also gone forever. I'm running out of D20s, folks. They're all under the bed.
Alright, there we go.
That's an 11, so no.
Right, so Corzin, top of the round,
Yeah, there are the imps as well.
because I've rolled the imps
Yeah.
in now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I I have either a bonus or a main action, correct? And I can move, but at a reduced rate. Okay.
Yep.
Then I am
And
going.
you're also going to need an athletics check to drag
Yeah.
to drag this poor sod with you.
Yep. Okay. So first things first, I am going to attempt to get to Scamp. So
Okay.
I will roll the athletics check to drag this poor fucker behind me.
I guess they're going to try and resist because they would.
Okay, that is a 26.
Yeah. Now dragging them across the floor. Ah!
This is a. I'll remind you, this is a human, right?
Yeah.
Mortifying, yeah.
You basically.
I mean, you've pulled a drunken Celestia up a cliff before. Like,
Yeah,
you
it's
got
true.
this.
Like, essentially, I was planning on like dragging him across the doorway to act as a tripwire, but okay. Having got to Scamp.
You squid under the table with Scamp.
And I've probably got a moderately out enough lit zone in the place for the barrel.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I will
I mean, the
plunge
table
my
was
hands
blown
into
away
the.
by a lightning strike.
yeah.
So the table's gone anyway.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. I'll
All right.
plunge my hands into the bag of holding, get out the bomb, and place it.
Okay. You shove that between the Orcish diviner's legs
Yep.
and start it going. Who looks down?
You should have
just-
seen this coming.
You just see him like caught between a three-way expression of like panic, anger, and just exasperation at the one-liner.
We are assholes, like that's fair.
I did the slowest face palm.
Okay.
I regret
that-
nothing.
Which
So
brings-
much. I'm a tenth of my hit points.
I make dad jokes in the face of death.
Cool.
Hey, Death, I'm Dad.
I
I love you all so much.
Love you too.
I'm going to ask all three of you at this point now to make a luck roll for me, please.
All three of us.
All three of you. It's going to represent three different things happening at the same time.
Okay.
17.
Okay.
16.
16?
Oh,
Snap.
wow.
Okay.
Look at us.
Okay.
Sarah's destructive wave dice was good to me.
All
Yeah.
three of those were above 15, and none were below 6. So, you hear a sort of a very slight whistling sound as 3 lit bombs sail through the wreckage of the ceiling where the lightning bolt just struck, and explode. Catching two of the the two bodyguards in the middle of the room, as well as one of the diviners. The bodyguard does dive into the way, but takes further damage and is looking pretty fucked up. That they have used their reaction to do so. In fact, I would say that they are seriously wounded at this point, looking very injured, but loyal to the last. That's the imp's idea of causing a distraction. They're not going to get close enough to be caught in an explosion. They know what you're doing.
Yeah. Sensible.
But yeah, there was a chance that they could have bounced and gone into the corners of the room, which is what the luck checks were for. Alright, but miraculously neither Scamp nor Corzin are hit by the blast. That brings us to the bodyguards, 4 of whom cannot act. The one who's actually seriously wounded, who can act, and is not currently tied to Corzin, is going to run over to the desk where Corzin was hiding under, bundle up as much divining equipment in their arms as they can, and run out of the room with it.
God damn it.
They have to
they
jump
will
over the guy that Corzin is dragging.
They do pass Corzin as they go. I don't know if this slow did any reactions.
I don't think it does, you know.
Did you roll another save?
Oh, can you roll wisdom save, Corzin, please?
Yeah,
And
sure.
Scamp, both of you.
I did. I rolled.
Okay, you failed.
Okay, that's a 21, so am I still slowed?
Okay, Corzin, you're not actually slowed. Sorry, you'll have had a bonus action if you wanted to take
Right.
one. And you've got your reaction back.
Tackle him.
Okay,
You've got a reaction. You don't have a bonus.
right, okay, well,
Yeah.
as a reaction, I can...
I'll give you back the bonus action you should have had at the end of your turn, though, if you want to take one.
Okay, well, if I can trip him or stop him from getting out of the room, definitely.
Okay, just give me an athletics check to basically grab him by the arm and, stop him.
Yeah, so sort of pulling the manacled guy up to block his way as well. Okay, that is a 28.
Yeah, as
Wow,
you're
that super works.
the manacled guy is trying to get up, you shove him into the way of the other guy who trips, falls, the equipment lands in a clatter in front of him. Which has also made an additional obstacle in the way of the door now at this point. There's like two people tangled up there, so it will be a check to get out of the room that way. Yeah, okay. So the guy who you shoved into him while trapped in place is going to grab one of the manacle. Going to drop his saber. He has orders, like real high priority orders. So he drops his saber, still holding onto the manacle and Corzin, and picks up the manacles that have been dropped by the guy next to him. And is going to try a Hail Mary fucking clamp on Invisible Scamp.
Does he know where Scamp is?
Yes, because he saw the diviner's points to where they are. Also, there's still a visible tendril of slow kind of connecting to where Scamp is.
Right.
But or at least he knows where Scamp was, and Scamp hasn't moved from that position, so... Yeah. Scamp, can I have an acrobatics check from you, please?
Yeah. Oh, tides.
You may tides this.
Charge. I'm gonna fucking use tides.
Yes.
18.
Okay, he nearly clamps one on you, but you pull your leg out of the way in time.
Whoa.
Okay, you are not manacled. You are not mage manacled. That brings us to Celestia's turn.
So
You
I'm
still
gonna.
got the lightning up.
Oh yeah, I mean I can still do it. I'm gonna do another lightning strike. I think if I've just done one where I think the center of the room is, I don't know how accurate that was because I'm all the way down the cliff.
Yeah.
I think I would do one like slightly further into the fort
Got it?
with the idea of like if people are running away, try and
Try and get
it to where
and get
the
the
enemy
door.
would be running. Try
Yeah.
and get the door. Obviously, I don't know where the door is, so this might have limited success. But I'm going slightly further in than
Roll an
center.
intelligence check.
20, dirty.
Okay, you get the far side of the door, which does have an effect. Specifically, it strikes in the middle of the pile of people blocking the doorway, and
the
that
equipment.
diviner with see invisibility, and does not strike Corzin or Scamp, which was the chance of happening.
Is there or is there not a pile of scrying equipment by the door?
Oh, there are at least... Yeah, there's at least one.
Yes, there is. Roll damage, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to throw that out there, you know.
No,
Don't imagine it's that hardy. 17, again, it's my favourite number on lightning.
Okay, that was a failure. They're tangled up. That was a failure. Okay, so, right, which means I need to roll Warcaster.
The light that makes it magic visible. That was in the centre of the room, wasn't it? It didn't get hit by the lightning, did it?
Oh shit, you're right. It's right in the centre of the room. It probably would have been hit by the lightning. So I guess you can. We'll say that the flaming wax was scattered everywhere, and the last guttering bits of it have now
It's like a last-
burned out,
Yeah.
shedding a bit of light while they were still there.
Because if I'd had more actions, I would have taken that fucker out.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Okay. So you hit the halfling diviner, who does take the full 17 points of damage. You hit the two of the You hit two of the bodyguards, and the bolt of lightning just fully goes through the centre of the one who fell over and was carrying all of that scrying equipment, melting his chest and also a lot of the valuable scrying equipment.
Good.
Does it melt it into his chest?
Yes, a touch.
Excellent.
So that's one piece of scrying equipment done.
And where are the others? The one's still like on the table. Nobody's dealt with it. Where's the other one?
Slightly further north. Slightly further north.
Yeah.
It's also by the. Basically, all three of them are in quite close. Are in close proximity right now. But I wanted to check which side of the door you hit. If you'd hit the side of the door which has Scamp and Corzin on, you would also have hit the other two bits. But you would also have hit Scamp and Corzin.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So.
But now there is a blockage at the door as well.
Now
isn't
there is a smoking blockage at the door.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think all I would do in my next bit of turn is message Scamp. Just, please get out. This is terrifying. Get out. I don't care where you're up to. Please leave.
Okay. They. Right. That is. Sending mages have fucked off. They are out of this battle. Diviner's turns. Okay, the orc is going to take his action to grab the sending equipment, so the equipment off the room, and just try and see if he can escape or not. Try and clamber over the pile of bodies at this stage, because he is fucking done.
I'm also there somewhere in amongst all that.
Yeah, it's almost near you. So I guess this is going to be athletics check. Just you can give this a DC of 15 because there's bodies in the way. Okay, well, he's stuck up the body pile, scrambling to get over. The human
Burns his toes on hot squaring equipment.
Is our plan to not hurt the people, but just to damage the equipment?
Yeah.
What have I done?
Yeah.
The human also tries to clamber over, but fails. So they're both trapped in the room.
In each other's way now as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, making it worse.
The halfling. The halfling's the last one who kind of sees this, and just pushes off the wall. Still concentrating on the slow in this moment, but seeing what's going on, makes to leave. But before they go, they break the slow spell and are going to 5th level cast, because they've still got their see invisibility, as 5th level going to cast hold person.
I mean, I'm going to counterspell that.
View.
Do it.
Reaction because they've dropped it.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
I will 6th level counterspell.
Oh, they're going to try and see if they can beat your 6th level counterspell with a counterspell then.
Yikes.
Okay, I shit you not, that was a 19.
Jesus.
Fuck me. No, we're fucked.
Okay, I mean, they are able to cast, but you still have to roll, you still both get wisdom saves.
Yeah, but we're making 0. This is us dead. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's on the floor and gone forever, and is my last D20. Give me a sec to retrieve the D20.
Corzin, roll while you're at it.
Your D20s have a dramatic sense of irony.
And they do.
And they are going to also peg it.
Oh, fuck me. Okay. 19.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you shrug off the whole person, the holding spell. Corzin, did you manage to... What was yours?
I didn't realise they were casting against me. I'll roll that.
No, they're casting against both of you.
Oh, okay. No, wisdom save, that's an 8.
Okay, well, you feel yourself freezing into position, but it probably doesn't affect what comes next. Scamp!
Dimension door! Fucking dimension door!
You grab Corzin.
Go.
Just with a clap, and there's a brief moment. No one gets to see this. That
We fondly
lives
imagine.
to tell the tale.
The guy in the manacles come with me, or is...
I imagine the imps get to see
I can
it, but
only bring
briefly.
one person.
Yeah. The imps can't see it because you've got a cloud in the way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yep.
But there is a brief moment where the pair of you, like one of the where the first time you become properly visible, what the guy who's like stuck on the floor, grabbing onto your manacle, sees you seem to flash into existence for a moment, and briefly a perfect replica of the pair of you appears in water. Made out of water, with the manacle wrapped around it. And then, with a... you appear in the water, and you hear a... from above, and see a rising column of smoke as all 4 kegs detonate, crumbling the sending room inwards.
All the equipment was still in there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, gorgeous.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't know if they keep any elsewhere, but I mean, it might have taken out the storage room next door as well, would be my hope.
Hopefully.
Maybe.
Well, at least the roof has come down.
Yeah. I mean, I'll pop a couple more lightning strikes while we're on our way out.
Just
on the
hit them as you
surrounding.
go.
Yeah.
Just random firing.
As many as I can get in before we
Yeah.
leave. Like, I might as well use the spell.
And I guess the 3 of you just start basically
Get underwater.
underwater and just start fucking breaststroking
Yeah.
as quickly as you can.
Ow. Ow.
Just,
Cure wounds.
like, yeah, healing words.
Ow.
Cure wounds, 3rd level.
Healing word, 3rd level. Yeah.
You swim back to the docks, up onto the ship. Even from a mile away, you're able to see the thin stream of smoke coming out of the top of the tower, of the
Time for a nap,
fortress.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like 6 in the evening by the time you return. You will have time to sleep, but you are able to sort of, once you kind of up and onto the Kraken's bane's prow, you stare up in this as backlit, broadly sort of like as not backlit because it's setting in the west, but illuminated by the rosy pink and orange glows of the sunset sky. You hear you can fondly imagine the chaos of happening in the freshly blinded Fort Beatrix beyond. And that is where we're going to bring things to an end for this evening. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you for coming back after such a long time. We
Yeah.
love
Thank you for
you.
returning.
We've missed you.
We've missed you a lot.
Yes.
And
we've
farewell from all of us at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s. The eve of battle's drawing near, all to win and much to fear. But we don't have to fear their spies, now black powder's blown out their eyes.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.